Good morning. Good morning. City of Lamarque City Council Special Agenda of August 1st, 2023. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a special meeting on August 1st, 2023, beginning at 10 a.m. in council chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Local Government Code, the presiding officer and a quorum of the Lamarque City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public and the meeting will be broadcast at this location on channel 16 and via video and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Kara, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. It looks like Councilmember District A is not with us at this time. Councilmember District B.
Present.
Councilmember District C will be joining us at a later time. Councilmember District D
Present.
and Mayor.
Present. Thank you, Kara. We'd like to ask Mayor Pro Tem Compion to lead us in our invocation and City Manager Garcia to lead us in our pledge of allegiance.
Oh God, we come before you with gratitude that we woke up this morning and we're here. We also pray for those who do not, who are facing illnesses and challenges in their life, and they're part of our community. We thank you for being a God of love who is with us now in this very room. Please never leave us or forsake us. Thank you for calling upon us to be good stewards of your creation, especially at this time of budget, and give us your wisdom in this effort. And also, we ask that we are reminded to always love our neighbors as ourselves. We ask always for your blessings in your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Compion and Mr. Garcia. We're now at item 4, new business. Items presented to council for discussion and possible action. 4.1, presentation of the city manager's proposed budget for fiscal year 2023-2024. We will turn this over to City Manager Cesar Garcia before taking a break for council to digest the information. Mr. Garcia.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, and residents. I want to just take a moment and formally present to you the proposed budget on behalf of our entire team in our city. As in accordance with Article 6, Section 2 of our ratifying documents, we are hereby presenting you next year's proposed budget for your review. Any questions, particularly to the completion of this package? Is thorough and complete with notes taken through the entire process. It is a balanced budget and it does present you the needs in order for us to complete the needs for this upcoming fiscal year.
Very good. Would you like to highlight any portions of the budget?
Certainly. One of the things of particular relevance, I'll start, I guess, backward, working forward, having to do with the utility fund. Thankfully, due to the reduction in our water loss rate, and with the new accounts, we are in a better shape than we would hope we would be. Astutely, we will not dip below the 90-day balance, thanks to that move that was made. So we will stay above 90-day balance moving forward on that side, which will allow us to strengthen our possibilities should we want to go out to attain projects in the future, utility-based projects. So that was step number 1. We still fell a little bit short of getting that stormwater team that we wanted to have designated. We're gonna have to continue to fill that in through our public works side, but we continue to strive and move forward on that side. As is evident by all the construction, all the different changes that we have going on throughout the city. On the general fund side, this need addresses the beginnings of starting to address the needs request of the community of this council. More to come. There's a big emphasis on this next fiscal year has to be on step 2 towards that infrastructure development. In addition to making sure that we streamline our processes. We've been pretty efficient this year, considering everything that's happened with the rollback. And truly perseverant, and as I mentioned in the letter, resilience. That's one thing that I can tell you that this staff and this team continue to show. Particular highlight goes to some of the recent things that were mentioned. We are one of the hottest neighborhoods in the area, or cities in the area to move to. We are still the second fastest growing city in the county. And we have a lot to show for. We have a lot of phone calls for development as Kathleen and her area focuses on. So the phones are ringing. Progress is being made. We are moving in the right direction, as is evidenced by the growth of our sales tax as well. That's a very brief synopsis of where we are. There's much more descriptive synopsis in these paragraphs that showcase where we are. Our crime is down. Our blight is down. Our streets are taking the first turn of moving in the right direction. We're fixing our water. It's not as fast as I'm sure everybody out there would like, and I concur. As a resident, I wish we could do more faster, but we are making steps and strides toward betterment to address all of our needs.
Very good. Joe, did you want to start questioning now, or did you want to take a brief break?
For clarity. I just
Clarity.
want to
Okay,
clear,
go ahead, Joe.
As we will take a break and listen.
Okay.
On the each of the departments, by the way, I like now that it's up and down as opposed to, it's going to help me read
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
But where you list the position, the personnel schedule.
Which, if you don't mind.
Well, I just
page?
took one department. This is Public Works, for example. This
Mhm.
is page 113. In the new book, in the formal proposed budget book,
Mhm.
as opposed to this discussion book that we had previously. Under personnel schedule, under our discussion book budget, you indicated that the personnel schedule reflected existing staff. Is that correct?
This personnel schedule, actually, thank you, Kyle. This schedule, actually, that's shown, the one particular page 113, and all of these are going to show all the currently filled and vacancies. So this is all positions here.
Well, that's what I'm trying. So this is existing staff and positions that have been budgeted in the past budget cycle.
And that were proposed, these are the ones we're proposing to budget for this next fiscal year.
That's what
Right.
So you're throwing.
I'm sorry,
Different things out there.
I apologize, excuse me. I take that back. I apologize. These are the ones currently staffed, because the ones being proposed, you would need to review and approve. I apologize. I completely said that incorrectly.
That's okay. That's what I'm trying. So where then the proposed would be on where this list that you previously passed out, or it's in here?
That would be on the list previously passed out for your consumption. And also it is worked in there into the actual budget as was requested. There's notes on the bottom of certain areas. For example, there'll be an asterisk that says that we're proposing a certain position. For example, let me quickly go to certain page. I think it was IT was the first one that comes to mind. If you notice page 121, since it's close enough to you, you'll notice at the bottom of the personnel schedule, it says proposed new personnel IT tech. With a little asterisk. So any new proposed positions should be reflected there.
But they're not
No, sir.
included here.
Correct.
They're just an indication.
Yes, sir.
And that's on all of these?
Whatever position, whatever department we have a new one, that's where they should be reflected. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thanks.
We're going to allow council, excuse me, to digest this information. Before we do that, Gus, there is by charter a way and also a requirement as relates to the city manager presenting the budget to council. Have all of the requirements of our charter been fulfilled with this document?
As far as I know, yes, Mayor. The proposed budget is due to council at least 60 days before the fiscal year. And now council is free to make adjustments to it.
Very good. If you find otherwise, certainly you would let
I
us
will
know.
let you know immediately.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Council, let's take about 30 minutes to review as best we can this information and reconvene at about 11 o'clock. Michael? Can you hear us? Would you unmute yourself, please?
Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Are we ready? Let's move forward. Welcome back. Now, we are here in our August 1st morning budget workshop meeting. The city manager has just formally, by charter and by law, presented the budget to this council. We will allow him to follow up briefly with that presentation before we begin the process of question. Before we do that, Michael, would you please give us your location?
My location is 208 Washington Street, Mojo, Oregon.
Thank you, sir. Welcome. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we open for questions, I know we're going to go over revenues and the tax rate shortly. You know what? Mayor, do you mind if we go straight into questions and I'll present shortly?
Okay. Well, let's move forward, then he'll reserve the right to continue. Who wants to start with questioning?
I will.
Mr. Ross.
So with page 34 on the city council budget page, you have $200,000 worth of packages.
Hold on 1 second. Just get to where you are.
And going through the draft budget, a lot of those were actual salaries. I think those packages should be moved to the appropriate department. If it's not, this page shouldn't have anything other than what city council. And that way there's no question on what city council's doing with the information, that we're not trying to get additional monies for us.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilman Ross. On 34, it does reflect that 200,000 under packages, but if you notice, it is not reflected in the amount under proposed at the column right next to it. However, on page 35, when you look at the packages on top, there's 200,000 and then it's backed out. We've already done that administratively. It just has to show the amount of packages that are here on this side, and we administratively moved it back off on page 35.
So a follow-up to that, if you backed it out here, does it reflect elsewhere in the budget where that money has gone?
First of all, that there was no actual request from council for $200,000. That, I believe, was a mistake in the system. However, all of the packages begin on page 203. If you notice, there's no packages in there for city council's office. All of them are separated in different accounts. And from 203 to 209 is a summary of the packages that are for consideration that are not in the budget. They're for consideration for the budget.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Joe.
Part of this process, Cesar, is of course setting our tax rate to support the budget that we ultimately adopt. So my focus has been on this tax calculation worksheet.
Mhm.
And if I'm accurate in saying this, notwithstanding some representations that were made during the course of the year by outside counsel that we had, and maybe we need some explanation from them on this, is that according to the section H on page 23 of the tax calculation worksheet, we're de minimis rate. We're actually proposing almost the same tax rate. Is that correct in saying that we had adopted last budget year? This says 0.468, and I think it was 0.461, Gus.
I
Right.
think we're, no,
I believe on
It's on-
line
yeah.
4 of the 2023 tax rate calculation worksheet.
Yeah,
is
461.
the 2022 adopted,
Yeah.
total adopted tax rate.
0.461,628. And this is 0.46834.
Is the de minimis rate.
That's the de minimis.
Right, and the de minimis rate is the amount to raise an additional $500,000 on the tax base.
Correct, which is what we're,
that's not what we're proposing though. Well, actually, we aren't proposing anything. That's not what Caesar's proposing. I think Caesar's proposing actual tax rate cut.
It's, we
Yeah.
would, right now, what stands at the table is to go with the voter approved rate, which is the lower of the two numbers, which is the 0.45342, which is reflected on, if you want to just look at the summary, page 23, actually shows what the two rates would be. And I just noticed, Mayor, when I gave you that post-it for that other request that you had, I wrote down the de minimis incorrectly. So the de minimis is reflected on page 23, as well as the voter approved rate. If you look at the two that are there, there's also a no new revenue tax rate that's also reflected on there. And those essentially, Gus, correct me in saying this, but that would be to summarize what your three choices would be.
Right, yes, the no new revenue rate is, yes, that's correct.
So basically, you're basing your proposed budget on the voter approved tax rate.
Yes, sir.
Okay, which is a tax rate reduction.
Correct.
Okay.
It is a reduction of roughly almost a whole cent.
Okay.
From 46,1628 to the 0.45342.
Very good. Good, Joe. I'm
and
sorry.
is that subject to any sort of rollback petition or anything?
No, if we go with the vote, go ahead, Gus, this is your territory.
Under the tax code,
No, just to be clear, so the voter approved tax rate. Once, if we accept that one,
If you were to accept it.
that's not the case for the de minimis.
yes, the de minimis, to answer your question, you are correct. The de minimis rate is what has occurred in the past. And that because Lamarque is a small, what is termed a small jurisdiction under 30,000 people, that triggers the opportunity for a tax rollback petition to the voter approval rate.
So if we set the rate at the voter approved rate of this 0.45342, which is a reduction
Yes, sir.
from 2022. That will, if I go then back to your summary here, will generate. Let's see this. I think I saw the figure 800 and some odd $1,000
Yes, that's Susie's figure. That's on the actual cover sheet, if you will.
on the cover sheet.
Yes, sir. Right there, right where your hand is, right there.
Oh, here it is.
Yes,
Yes,
sir. So that's 899,000, which is the increase, but that's from property values. The property tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax roll this year is 222,000.
so that's the property tax revenue. 222,000.
That is to be raised from new properties. Remember, there's new properties versus
Versus
existing.
revenue from existing
Yes, sir.
properties.
Yes, sir. That's where we're capped by SB two. Gus, correct me if I'm wrong, the 3.5%.
That's correct. Yes, the current, the way the tax rate is calculated is you are capped at 3.5% from last year. Plus, you get the value, the new construction value, the tax revenue on the new construction. That does not go into your 3.5%. Yeah,
Okay.
And put it on the thing, so.
And that, therefore, that's the benefit from new construction.
absolutely.
Right.
Yes, new
New
construction does not
construction.
count towards the 3.5%.
So-
So yes,
And
that's
so we
how
encourage that.
other jurisdictions are
the plan development. That's how League City generates a significant amount, Texas City.
Yes,
things of that nature.
yes, some of Lamarck's sister cities that have so much new construction are able to, that's how they're able to do it.
Okay. Now, Gus, and this is more a follow-up. What was the, and we need some clarity. What, there was some discussion that we had an opportunity, and I see this on page. Where do I see this? Oh. The find it now. I marked it. Our unused increment. That, please explain that to me a bit.
So, I would like to preface what I'm about to say with I'm a lawyer, not a finance. person. So-
No,
So
understand.
if I butcher it, I'm sorry, but I will do my best.
Yeah. But you and I
So-
have been in both
Right.
meetings, so just trying to-
So what the city, when the city, and it goes back 3 years,
Mhm.
what the city is presented with is 3 rates: the de minimis rate, the voter approval rate, and the no new revenue rate. If the city adopts a rate but below the voter approval rate, whatever that is, the city has the opportunity, that number, whatever the difference between the voter approval rate and what the city actually adopts, whatever that difference is, goes into the unused increment for the proceeding year. So if in 2022 you had 1 cent of unused increment, then that would go into this year's tax rate calculation worksheet. And your unused increment allows you to, is another method of raising the voter approval rate. So if you have some unused increment, then when you're calculating the voter approval rate, the voter approval rate can go up higher. Does that answer your, and then the higher the voter approval rate goes, the higher the trigger is for whether there's a tax election or not. Did I sufficiently answer your question?
So do we could conceivably set according to this. If I'm reading it correctly, right?
Well, so by the time you get down to the voter approval rate in section 8, I believe that number, and I would have to defer to the finance people, but I believe that number in section 8 is the voter approval rate with all of the credits and deductions added in or taken out.
Yeah.
Those are the
it does.
final values.
67 on those unused increments is the exact number of the voter approval rate. You're correct. Yes. So we're not, there's no sleight of hand here. We've had that and so. And I'm gonna mindful of messaging that many times has to repeat it, be more than once, is that, Mr. City Manager, you're proposing an actual decrease in our total tax rate from last year, number one. And it is an amount of 0.453420, which is known as under Senate Bill 2. It's described as the voter approved rate. And with that voter approved rate, it will reflect some additional income that we're able to work with to pay for expenditures. And it also is at a rate that is not what's the word I'm looking for, is outside of any rollback.
Yes, under the tax code,
Under
the
the
voter
tax code.
approval rate is the maximum rate a municipality could go to and not trigger that, not have to hold an election.
Not hold an election. Yeah, okay. Now, that's my focus, Mayor. The rest, I need more time to review.
Sure. Let's do this. I'll start with a few items of note. Let's make sure Ms. Nance said Michael and Kimberly have the presented budget, because we want to give them certainly immediately after lunch a chance to have their time to question the city manager on his presented budget.
Yes, sir. They were sent digital copies of the budget to go through when you all were presented with the binders this morning.
Very good. Thank you. Caesar,
Mayor, just real quick, it's also online for the public to view.
it's also online for the public. Very good. Thank you. Caesar, a few questions, Caesar, just first glance. First glance, I'm happy that you presented a budget with a tax reduction. I think that's a good thing. These numbers in the budget will certainly have to be vetted more to make sure that we are confident as a council and as a community on those numbers and those projections. But at first glance, it's good that there's a tax reduction, but we want to make sure that the council and the community feels we're fiscally as fiscally responsible as possible. And let me give you an example of what I'm referring to. So if you were to go to page 8. And again, let's be clear that this council received this budget at 10:15. So it's a first glance. So Caesar, here's the items of note. And on page 8, the top portion, general fund revenues, you are estimating that as we end fiscal year 2023, that we will generate $15,940,257, which is pretty consistent with your budget of $15,801,937. You probably get some fluctuation there based on a lot of different variables. But your proposed budget increases to $17,642,702. And then when we go down and we look at the expenditures, we see now that even though our revenues, the estimation will be $15,940,257, that our expenditures this year are actually estimated to be $17,441,990. And if those two numbers are true and they bear out based on your projections, that means that we did not balance our budget this year. And to the tune of $1 million plus. And I hadn't done the math as of yet.
Roughly 1.5 million.
1.5 million. So you are projecting that we end this fiscal year 1.5 in the red. And those are the types of things that I think are very factual and very accessible. But because they aren't readily available, it brings cloud. People want to know. That speaks to this idea that Mayor Pro Tem has had for a significant amount of time he's been on this council. This council needs to have financial reports monthly in some sort of profit loss form so that we can keep score. Because this is just as much news to us as a council as it is to the public that we were 1.5 million in the red. I think that the council and the community would have liked to have known that in November and December and January so that we can brace for, so that we can have input on how we would go about, right? So that's one thing. But then Caesar, and I'm glad you brought this out. This is again, we're working through some things. This is not a critique. This is us bringing clarity to this budget and to your proposed budget. But that's when you look at it from that perspective, Caesar, and then you look at the budget projections where many of the actual numbers are extremely far off from your estimation. That means that somehow, some way we have not executed those transactions, but you expect somehow at the end of this budget cycle for there to be significant fiscal activity, that somehow we're going to spend a bunch of money. That's what it looks like. Now, that is either a lack of function, and let me be clear, nobody's accusing anyone of anything. I'm simply saying it's either one or the other. It's either a lack of function in our financial processes or processing. In other words, our finance department has not been able to keep up for whatever reason. Or there's a breakdown in the communication that we have with our finance department. But it's unusual to be that far apart from your ending projection. And that feeds more into this idea of there was a $17 million basically a budget that we didn't understand that we had because of apparent cost overruns. So for me, I would like for you to tell us, and you don't have to tell us right now, but how did we make up that $1.5 million shortfall? That would be, unless you're ready to say right now.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay.
I'll have to look into that
Okay.
specifically. I'm pretty sure I think what happened, but I will get back to you.
Okay, because the people, this
Sure.
is right.
Absolutely.
Let me move to a different take. You were very proud to say that we are above, and we did not ever at any time drop below 90 days of surplus, 90 days reserve funds, which means that this city would be able to operate for 3 months in an emergency if we were not able to realize any revenue. That's what that means. 90 days is a standard for municipalities. The other thing I saw in your presented budget was some sort of reduction in the amount of money that we are having to expend to purchase water. And if that's true, my next question is, do we need, again, you don't have to answer this now, do we need to even continue with the second half of this water rate increase? Don't have to answer it now, just questions at first glance. One of the things that was disheartening in this budget, and you made, again, I'm just reading some of your narrative. You talked about the fact that we are still lacking a stormwater team. And that's disheartening because that's something that the community has been clamoring for. Everybody in our community wants our easements to be cleaned and cleared. And everyone in our community wants our ditches to be graded appropriately and to be cleaned and cleared. And at some point, many of us want to make sure that the city takes over its easement, because many of us have maintained the city's easement on our property for decades. And so the stormwater team was very important. Now, there is apparently funds that are unused that go toward utility maintenance. We might be able to contract out some sort of outfit that would come and clean and clear our most hazardous and difficult easements and ditches. We might be able to do that way to get started, but the people want to see us in this budget address the issues of our easements. The city owns easements behind people's property and drainage ditches. We need to find a way to begin addressing the ownership of those easements and the maintenance thereof. Again, you got two ways to do it. M&O, you chose not to. That's fine. But there's also certificates of obligation that could at least get this process started for fiscal year 2023, 2024. I think Joe hit on this, but I wanted to be clear. It sounds like there is an increase in our preliminary roll of about 14%. To roughly 2 to 3% of that being new value. Help me to understand, is this, are these numbers consistent with SB2? Are we still under our 3.5%?
Yes,
We are.
Mayor.
We
Yes.
are, okay. The other areas I would like to approach, Caesar, in the budget, and we talked about this, are revenue projections. I don't know that we've done our best on our coin-operated revenue projections. We don't know how that turned out from last year. We don't know if there was an eagerness to come and pay, if there was an issue. We don't know if we've gauged that properly. Our municipal court fines are down. We don't know why. The council asked for a contact list from the police department to make sure that we are making, which I am sure we are. Let's not say that we are not, but we are doing our due diligence, right? To see why our fines and forfeitures are so low. Are we making the appropriate contacts? We now are having more officers on the street. There is even a talk of bringing back this new, the traffic units that we had before, as well as we now have, and I know this year we did not, but we now have 4 to 5 new code enforcement officers. So there are definitely potentially more contacts. And how is that not translating into more court fines, even at the judge's discretion? Clearly, we cannot tell the judge how to judge and to decide, but we can estimate if there is an increase in population, if there's an increase in property ownership, if there is an increase in patrolmen and women, if there is an increase in code enforcement officers, there should then be an increase in contacts, and out of that, there should be an increase in, okay.
Gotcha.
I did notice that we are in our investments, we're very bullish. I believe we go from $150,000 projection to a $450,000 projection. And my question is that because we have ARPA funds sitting in those accounts? And if that's true, why are we continuously sitting on these ARPA funds? That's just a hard question. Sounds harsh, but it certainly deserves an answer. You don't have to answer that now. I don't know that I'm as comfortable with the fire fee revenue. We are going from $0 to $100,000. That's a little ambitious for me. And sales tax. I don't understand how we are continuing to increase our projected sales tax revenue by $200,000 year over year. Seems like that might be a trend, and I understand that trend. I do. I don't know. This council has not seen any real numbers that would suggest that the 45 expansion work has hurt our sales tax in any way. And if that's true, the majority of the traffic impediments have already begun in our highest grossing sales tax areas. And if that's true, the rest of the 45 corridor is nothing more than small businesses that won't impact our sales tax in any significant way. We do know that Amazon started off bringing in $40,000 to $45,000 a month in sales tax revenue. And that's only going to increase, especially now that inflation's down. We know these things to be true. The economy is apparently, according to experts, not going to go into a recession. And if that's true, why are we not being more bullish on our sales tax projections? These are things that I'd like you to look at, as well as the billboard ordinance revenue and the rental registration revenue. So for me, this will be a combination of being very intentional about the projections of revenue in concert with kicking the tires on many of the numbers you have provided, not that we don't believe you, but that it is the people's business. And we have not had financial projections for quite some, I mean, financial reports, excuse me, for quite some time. So we have not been able to follow the trends, if you can understand that. Any further comments? Go ahead, Joe.
Mayor, if I might tag on to your comment on the sales tax projections. And you and I both remember this. And so I'm going to be particularly interested when we get the audit report presented. In past audit years, and I'm saying going back a bit, we used to show in the audit report, Mr. Osteen may remember this, a list of the sales tax, the entities paying the highest sales tax in the city. And I didn't recall seeing it in last year's audit report. Maybe it's because of the changeover. And but I would like to see that once again, part of any report, whether it could be the audit or anything, but just a final year summary of those highest
Showed high paying employers by
employers and as well as the sales tax.
employers.
Yeah, yes. So thanks, that's.
Any further, Michael, I know you just, I know that you probably just got the information. This morning was really just about first questions, first glance at the city manager's budget, just general kind of ideas and questions. Did you want to speak now, or did you want to reserve until after lunch?
Initially looking, I didn't see anything that stood out too big, but I'd like to wait till after lunch.
Very good, very good. City manager, do you have anything else that you would like to share with us before we break for lunch? Being mindful that the rest of the day is about revenue.
Certainly. Did you want me to start answering some of these now?
If you
Just to save time and
Sure,
have some of these
sure.
responsive, just give me a second
Sure.
here.
Would you remind us of what the question
Yes.
was? Thank you.
Absolutely. I'll go over them before. And I'm sorry, because I'm talking real time with Chief Merriman. I don't know if you can unmute yourself and maybe answer the one question that was asked related to fire so far. Also, I would like to note, and I know we have stoppage time coming here soon. We have Ms. Kathleen here who's prepared a report that may answer a lot of these questions.
Okay.
And we could address that. I just, for scheduling purposes and timeline, do you want to do that for lunch, after lunch? How did you want that to flow?
If you have some of those basic questions that you can answer, it sounds like Merriman may have a simple answer to that question. If Ms. Van Steveren has some basic answers to some of the other revenue questions about rental registration and billboard ordinance type of stuff, I think we can work until noon, which gives us about 20 minutes before we break for lunch.
Kathleen? Does that work for you to go over your stuff? Yep. If you just give us a moment, she's got some
Sure.
handouts I believe she's already
Sure.
given you. We can get it up on there. And then as she sets up, we'll see if we can get a response from Chief. While we're doing that, I just wanted to kind of go through here, reading through my notes a second. I will work on the question, and I see Quincy in the back already working on it, on the estimates being so high. I'll get your response on that. This morning I was already working on the question about water, because I figured that'd already be coming. On the idea of the stormwater team, I wanted just to confirm and make sure that we were articulating that was. You remember, as part of the rollback, you had 4 positions that were going to be a dedicated stormwater team.
Mhm.
As a result of not being able to get those, we've essentially taken time away from the team first to dedicate to parks, right? So we now, we didn't increase those numbers any really. We only added 1 body, if I'm not mistaken. So we made a 3-man crew for parks, which is what we have now. And then from our current, folks in rank, we've also are creating what you would call essentially a makeshift stormwater team from within. The counter to that is now 7 less bodies that are doing the other duties that may have occurred before. So the difference in that is on the utility side that we would need to propose that accordingly. Right now, with the current rates in mind, we don't support enough to put that four team together, the 4-person team, which remember when we had the discussion on the stormwater, we talked about maybe have a stormwater fee. To properly do that, it is based on a flat rate for residents is what we proposed, but then it would be a rate depending on how much unpermeable surface a certain place would have. So for example, Walmart would probably have a much higher because they have a lot of unpermeable surface, while another store down the street, maybe O'Reilly's, who doesn't have a whole lot of unpermeable surface, theirs would be lower based on square footage and so forth. So we're still working on that to bring that forward to you. But if we wanted to start with the flat rate model, that would be a model to do that. But we have not proposed that in this cycle. We know that residents are going through a tough time. It has been adjustment due to inflation, even though luckily it hasn't been as bad as we thought. But that's where we stand right now.
Yeah.
So I hope
So,
that,
yeah,
we pulled from within the ranks to fill that, but we don't have a formal team essentially that we've dedicated towards
Yeah.
that. We're just putting that together based on our conversation we had.
Yeah, fair point. So then I would, as a member of council, I would like to see a package, again, those unused funds.
Mhm.
For us to be able to contract out to at least get started on some of these heavy easements. We need a plan to bring them all into compliance. But if we can get, those 15 or 20 most difficult easement and ditches, get a plan, contracted out, at least, again, I think we as a community can understand baby steps. But I think with all of the good work that's going on, if we can start approaching and addressing the easements, I think that'll go a long way in a lot of our neighborhoods.
Absolutely.
Mayor previously asked the question. On the adjustments that we made with regard to our water, our utility fees.
Mhm.
And whether I'm glad we're having success. I'm glad to some extent we're impacting the water loss. Although once again, we don't have regular updates, but that's something I'll be asking for. And I think all of us want to know what the outcomes are there. One of the challenges, and perhaps we can deal with this a bit more in this fiscal year, the new one, is really developing our utility fund, formalizing that. And so that it doesn't become something that our residents, me, are suspicious of, that we're trying to hide stuff. And in my mind, keeping the ditches clean is a function of the utility, right? And I when we talk about flat fees or fees for services, that's a slippery slope. I will say this, there are a lot of things I admire about League City, but I do not admire their very, very aggressive fee for services that they have. Look at them, they're just pow, 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 pow. So, things might fit well in League City, but that one is something. But if we can properly, work with you guys, develop a utility fund, a utility department as others, and that we use those funds that we have to hire that crew, and it doesn't become an obligation of our general fund. And they're out there keeping those ditches clean so that we can have proper flow of water and deal with the concerns that our residents have, that water is accumulating in the ditches, mosquitoes are coming out in great numbers. But to the extent that we can utilize that, develop it before we make any next steps in terms of flat fees. Remember, we just did this past year. So give us a little time to catch up.
Oh, no, absolutely. Actually, I wanted to bring that back while we're on the topic of utilities. As you know, the agreement that, or the ordinance that was passed constituted the 3.5 increase in sewer and 3.5 increase in sanitation that's already in. We did never put any language as to what we would do with water. We said that we would look at it again during the budget process as to bringing back the other 50%. And if at that time we chose not to, that we would come back and just do the standard 3.5 that we had discussed. That's something that actually, I believe you actually proposed, Mayor Pro Tem. So once we're done with the numbers and we haven't had much time since the rates have come up, and then this recent attack on water loss that we've had, the results have all happened all at once. So I would like a little bit more time to look at that, at least through the numbers that would have closed yesterday through end of month, to kind of review that. So I was working on that this morning with our UB department. I don't want to take away from Ms. Kathleen. Ms. Kathleen is up here. So you want to quickly go over through the presentation, which may answer a lot of those questions, and then we'll come back.
I actually just created this as for reference and just plainly the numbers and stuff that we see. I didn't know I was gonna have to present it today. The numbers that you see in this are the numbers that I collect out of SmartGov. And that's where we collect all the fees, keep up with the cases, keep up with the permits and all that. So what numbers you may reflect with finance, it may not have been recorded in there as of yet because of the time it takes for them to make their increase. This is simply out of what we actually took out of our hands and put in SmartGov and put in and make it August. Just so we're clear on that. In case there's a difference.
Kathleen, just
Yes, sir.
in this, sometimes I need to get something out before I forget it.
All right.
And, but when I saw this permits issued, I would like to, when you and I both have time and we can schedule, I'd like to work with you to develop a frequently asked question sheet with regard to development. And some of it, development is such a big word, right? Development, but at its smallest, it's, do I need a permit to repair my fence?
Yes,
those
in essence, a development packet. type,
So
yes.
that,
I've worked with Mandy, I've mentioned that to her, that we need to come up with something like that. I know other cities have it on their website
yes,
where it's, you just follow the boxes down.
yeah,
That's a great idea.
So-
We can do it. We've made all our forms fillable now.
yes.
I completely agree with you.
I want us to be a friendly city, right? We're not, and we've always been friendly. Let's go out and do what needs to be done. And, or do I need a permit to cut down the branches on my tree? Things of that nature. And those are the calls sometimes that I get. And most of the time my response is, go do it. Don't worry about it. Just do it.
Well, we do, and we get a lot of those calls too, by the way. Permitting, I mean, we get calls from, can I walk my dog to, can I cut the trees that are hanging over my fence?
And in this permits issued, does this include the one-armed bandit
No.
shops
no,
that
sir.
we have? No,
That's on a different page.
different page. Okay, all right, thanks.
One-armed bandits.
All right, I'll hold my questions.
Did you want to make a presentation, Kathleen?
Well, I wasn't really prepared. I was just gonna give this to you as a reference so you can actually see what development services have been doing. And I had to do it real quick since we separated code from development services. A lot of that was intertwined. So forgive me if it wasn't as nice as it was last year. One of the main things I wanted you to notice on this is just shows you just percentages of what fees are. On this is where your plan review fees. And what we collected, and then what the plan reviews, the developers pay for their plan reviews, they pay for the inspections. That doesn't come out of city revenue. That's part of the schedule of fees that we created, that y'all adopted. And that was the point, is because it is so expensive for those things. Actually, we have excellent companies that do that now, and they have a 24-hour turnaround, which has never been as fast as it is. So I wanted to make sure you understood, because I know you always had a question about why we don't have in-house. I think it's more feasible to use a third-party source when they're a good third-party source.
So this, along those lines, and you guys have heard this, sometimes I think it's a broken record, but but I'll keep repeating it. And long-term planning is working on this budget, and in my mind, I'm looking at a 2-year. I'm just making my notes and saying, how do we provide a cost of living adjustment, salary rise? How does that happen and along those lines, that's what I'm looking at some point, just like some cities. I think I was just reading an article about a city in the North Dallas area, might be Plano, larger city, but they basically have built out all their available space. I was reading some. And so,
98%,
sorry,
98%.
98%. So at some point, God willing, maybe I don't will or will not be here. Marque will possibly face that situation. So at that point, we don't have that sort of activity. So in our planning, then we might look at then having an in-house person
At that point,
at that
yes.
point.
At the amount of growth right now, we wouldn't be able to hire enough people to be able to handle it.
Mhm.
Yesterday, just within 30 minutes, we got 8 applications for new homes, permit applications.
Mhm.
Well,
So whereas in maybe the day before, we didn't get any, then we get 8. And then with each one of those permits, it comes 5 to 8 inspections
Mhm.
just for that one house.
Yes.
Okay, and that's either that many trips they go out there, and it comes from drainage through the roof. So as you can see, it's a monumental task to keep all that organized and keep it moving and keep the momentum going and keep inspectors turning around. Every day they get a new list of anywhere 30 to 40 inspections. To have an in-house crew, it would take probably 4 to 5 people just to be able to keep up with what we have now, not even what we have coming. And that's not fair to the developer, and it's not fair to the city. It makes us look bad that we're not, we're not
Not
taking care of
responding.
our businesses.
Yeah.
But that also, on top of that, you have your homes already built, or your new small businesses that are opening, or just regular certificate occupancy inspection on a daily basis. Fire department with their annual inspections. So,
So in addition to that, one point about the fees that I asked initially,
yes, sir.
and working with you on a frequently asked questions. Question on our gaming rooms, which I see always large number of cars parked there at all times of the day and night. When we increased the fees,
Yes, sir.
we didn't have any pushback there at all. And refresh my memory, I think we raised the fee up to, was it 700 something per machine or is it 1,000?
1,500 per machine.
Oh, 15,
It was
that's right.
1,000.
It was 1,000, 1,500 per machine. And do you have any idea of what other Hitchcock has its good number of these
We
places too?
had several cities call us and want a copy of our fee schedule
Yes,
concerning game rooms, because they were all looking at increasing their fees.
yeah,
And they weren't sure how to go about doing it. And of course, we shared that information with them.
right.
But the trend is that they're all increasing it. Now, we don't have new game rooms. We don't really have anywhere for a new game room to open
Mhm.
now. But this is what is taken in this year by us, where they bring in and they pay for their permits.
Right.
Now, that involves a code officer going out. First, we have the PD has to do the background check on them.
Mhm.
The code officer has to go out and then do inspections in the game room
Mhm.
and make sure that they have everything they need. They have to get a certificate of occupancy, which means an up-to-date fire inspection. And the code officer has to inspect, make sure they have cameras, make sure they have security, make sure they all do all these things. Which is a couple of 3 hours or so at each game room. Then they go and they put their stickers on and record the serial numbers and everything. There's quite a lot to it.
Mhm.
So, but this is what,
Well, the only
is on
request I make along
10
those
game rooms we
lines
have, 11 game rooms.
is perhaps, and once again, we're a group of 5 people here, but I certainly would be very interested in knowing what financial impact, fiscal impact, if we decide to revisit that $1,500 by $250 perhaps, to see if
We had no pushback from any game room owner.
from me, that's So at least that'll, because I know there was a significant percentage increase when we did that
Yeah.
in terms of the fees generated. So
Yeah, let's,
I
See-
believe the county's increasing their fees also.
Caesar, let's look at adding an additional $250 to that.
Certainly, I'll work with Kathleen on that.
And I think the last item on this,
Two
Kathleen,
fifty to the application fee or to the,
I don't,
license fee.
whatever, what's the equivalent of the 1,500 that will generate more
$1,500
income
is the permit fee per machine.
per machine? That was
Yeah.
it. I
And
think
then
that's
it's a
what we,
$2,500 application fee.
no, I don't want to change the application
So
fee,
per-
just the machines.
Yeah.
And then the last.
How many
thing-
machines do we have in there? I'm sorry,
No,
go, Joe.
go ahead. No, that was a good question. How many?
Yeah.
I kind of remember there was.
We don't have to answer it now. Let Joe finish,
Yeah.
but that will be a question.
A game room's only allowed to have 50 machines. I think we have 4 that have 50 machines. The others have anywhere from 35. There's one that think has 28
Mhm,
because it's so small.
mhm.
But there's only been one game room that was grandfathered in to have 60 machines.
Mhm.
And that one closed. The 6 months passed, and so now it's only allowed to have 50.
Mhm.
Now, these amounts include these stores. When you add the stores together, that's the total at the top for this year. But in the stores, we increased the fee for the 8-liner machines, which are these type of machines that are in the game rooms. Not the regular coin operated where you drop the claw and grab the toy and stuff like that. That's regulated by state. So, but there are 8-liner machines that are in the stores. Were also increased. They paid the same as a game room because they're used the same as.
But I always see people,
And we had no complaints.
yeah, there, I always see those.
Just for clarity on that, I just quick math, 250 times 300 relates to $75,000. Conservatively saying we have 300 machines in the city. That's just rough math, but just for a baseline number for you to have in mind.
300 machines. I
If
thought we
we
had
have-
more than that.
Again, without
I've
knowing
never
the exact
figured out
number.
fees in each machine, but we have 4 with 50 machines in them, and then we
That's 200.
rates goes from 28 to 37.
And we have about another 7, 8 game rooms outside. We have 12 game rooms total somewhere in there.
Yes, sir.
So it's gonna be significantly more than that. We're
Rough
talking about
number,
like maybe
just-
500,
Circle T, it's a grandfathered in.
about 500, about 500 machines. Someone,
I can get you that exact number. I just don't have the list with me.
And then the last thing is, I'd love to work with you and council as well too, to let's finally really look at that short-term rental ordinance in terms of the A, B, not A, B, and B, what are they?
Airbnb,
Airbnb
Verbos,
and those sort of
short-term rentals.
short-term rentals and the opportunity there. That's.
yeah, I was gonna go there as well, Joe. I'm concerned with the idea that we still have not reached a majority of participation in our rental registration ordinance. I don't know what percentage we are at, but I've been asking this for the last 2 budget cycles. And we know that clearly water accounts that are inconsistent with name and identity, then property owners, that's a sign. We know that there are at least, last time I checked, 2 entire subdivisions that do nothing but rent.
Correct.
So that's an area of concern. There are 90 some odd units of multi-housing right down the street.
And they're registered.
So great. So let's make sure that we are achieving as many as possible. We want them 100%, but we definitely don't want to be at 20%. And I just suspect that we are really low because we're generating in that line item. I think we're budgeting $80,000, and so that's just for me seems really low.
I think we budgeted 50,000 is what we would bring in last year.
Yeah, that should not be that low.
I'm not sure where the 80,000 came from. And I don't want to speak out of place because I'm not, I mean, code is under the city manager now. I did since you started this program in 2018, we registered 3,779 rental homes. 78 of those are family occupied or owner occupied. And every year we get more and more of those that are claiming their son or their daughter, or their cousin or something's living in. So of course they're exempt.
How many did you register?
Since 2018, 3,779.
So does that include 3,000 what?
779.
3,779?
That's just doing a real quick look.
Yeah. And I'm not gonna hold you to that. I just want to understand the number. Does that mean that if I am a property owner that I've participated 5 years in a row, does that mean that you count me 5 times? Or are those 3,779 different properties?
Those are different properties. And that includes the Saltgrass subdivision that's all rental, the 256 homes.
So every
Calvino
year,
Ranch, it's 90 some.
so every year you have 3,779 homes that in this rental registration program.
As far as the quick numbers I ran yesterday. Yeah.
So what's the average now? It's $100 a home initially.
No, the council
50.
reduced the
$50 a home.
50.
It was $100 a home. It's $50 a home now.
Mhm.
3,700.
and we did away with the
70.
application fee.
Okay. I had to pay $200
Mhm.
to register mine. I don't know where you get this $100, but I had to pay $200 to register my rent house this past year.
That was the past year. There was a change that was made, yes.
Yeah.
But we changed that, Mr. Osteen.
But here's something, a burn in my saddle. I paid the 200,000 and once more done. Or I'd be fined $500 a day if I didn't do that by ordinance. I'm a little aggravated that I had to pay it, but there's a bunch of them that didn't have to pay it. And probably won't ever have to pay it, but I had to pay it. Being some more honest people that own rental property.
Yeah.
That was a $100 application fee and I think $100
Yeah.
one house.
That's something that we can certainly outside the budget. James, you know this process better than most. That's something we can certainly outside the budget look at and see who all was affected and how they were impacted on that. Definitely. So even by those numbers, it seems like at $50, according to what Mayor Pro Tem has corrected me on, it's about $188,000.
Yes, if it's, but of course, we're not in the registration area. The last one was last year's. It expires on the 31st. So all we can do is take numbers from before that.
Yeah.
We've not collected any so far this year,
Yeah.
and it's not time.
Yeah.
So
I'm just saying that's an area, again, this is an example of opportunity, Caesar. What does that line item, what should that projection look like if we are being as efficient as possible? Because when you look at it, and what people may not realize is we are financing pretty much our entire code enforcement division on permits and fees, coin operation, rental registration, and that's by design. People of Lamarque, that's by design to reduce the burden on property tax. I wanted to ask you about the billboard ordinance.
Kathleen and I have talked about it.
Yeah.
Have we generated any revenue from that? That's very disappointing. That is extremely disappointing.
I want to defer to Gus on that due to the research that I've done. I've talked with him about it. And I see a lot of legal issues out there with that. There's actually some suits, I think, that were brought against cities for it, but
Yeah.
Gus, I'll let you speak on it.
So.
What? Here's the issue. Here's the issue. If that is an issue, the issue is this council has been entertaining this idea for at least the last 18 months. And now when the rubber meets the road on us looking at any revenue, now all of a sudden there are legal issues. And those things stymie and frustrate councils. And it makes us look disingenuous to the public. And so that's not necessarily a great way to go about this discussion. This should have been brought back to us within 30 to 60 days of us starting to have the conversation. So that's nobody's fault, but we're telling people that we're moving in directions to try to move the city forward. And then all of a sudden, when the council tries to hold staff accountable for that, there's an entirely different discussion.
So just to follow up very briefly, the city may absolutely and does charge a fee for a billboard permit. But like with any other license fee that the city charges, the city cannot, the state prohibits the city from levying taxes on, it's called an occupation tax, but it's the prohibition on levying a tax to do business that the state of Texas does not also levy a tax on. That's why we can levy sales tax. The state of Texas levies sales tax. I am not aware that the city or that the state levies a tax on billboards. So the city may only charge a license fee. That license fee has to be in an amount reasonably necessary to cover the cost of granting the license or exercising police regulation over these billboards and any other permit, similar to what, as we just talked about, the rental registration.
Sure.
The issue with the billboards is while the city may absolutely charge a billboard permit fee, it must be in an amount that the city recovers its costs. So recovers its costs if it costs one code enforcement officer, recover that person's salary. It cannot be for general revenue raising purposes.
Right.
Does that?
Clear, yeah, and I believe that's what when we had that discussion, which is why it's frustrating sometimes. When we had that discussion, we said in that discussion, this would generate a code enforcement officer who would then regulate our billboards. That was the entire discussion.
Yeah.
Literally.
And-
Was it not, Caesar?
Then I'm confused
Yeah,
because I've not found any other city that charges a yearly fee to their billboards. They do charge permit fees.
Right.
Of course, we don't allow new billboards. We only allow ones to change to digital. So I'm confused now with what you're saying, because we increased the billboard fee for permitting for the conversions and all that. But so you're saying that we can.
So let me ask you this. Why,
Like a
well, I
yearly-
think
yearly-
we're all I think
Yeah.
Kathleen and I are confused. If council wants to, and I don't know this, and this is my fault. If the city issues an annual permit to a billboard,
right,
then we can charge for that in an amount to cover our costs.
that's what the discussion was. So these billboards sit up there all lonesome in hurricanes and tornadoes and rain and sleet. So who inspects these billboards?
We don't, unless they're
So-
doing conversions or something.
Right, so who inspects these billboards sit in our city? Sit over our community, over our residents yearly through all sorts of inclement weather and all sorts of other things that I'm sure would cause problems for billboards, just natural normal wear and tear. So what I'm asking is,
Sure.
what person or what agency goes out at least on a yearly basis and says, this billboard is still safe enough to be in our community? Is there such an agency?
Now, I know that Code has found a few that were.
But is there an
Yeah,
agency
but
that goes out
they're
on an
supposed
annual
to
basis?
in text out right away.
Yeah,
So
yeah, the ones that are in the TxDOT right away, I do not know. I would assume TxDOT checks them, but I do not know that for sure. I will
Are they,
check.
can we verify whether or not they're safe?
we could, I guess, send an inspector out to inspect each one of them,
On a yearly basis?
a licensed inspector.
On a yearly basis?
I
So here's the argument I'm making, and this is where it's frustrating. Again, the argument that I'm making is simple. At the end of the day, we have billboards in our city. At the end of the day, we are doing everything in our power to keep our city safe. At the end of the day, we're doing everything in our power to make sure that we're doing that as cost effective as we possibly can. In particular, we are looking at honing in on the reduction of property tax. We are trying to slow that train down in the city, which means we have to be innovative and creative to get the needs of our community members met. It was a simple request. It was about 18 months ago. All we had to do was come back to council and say, we don't recommend this, or we have not found any other city or any case or any law that says that we can do this. We have to do this a different way. And that was not brought to council until we today are starting to look at potential revenue projections. So now we're looking at what are we doing with the billboard ordinance, and is there revenue that can be derived from that? Well, apparently we haven't even started that, and that can be frustrating.
I have a quick question, Mayor. I understand your frustration. I have a question. It's more in this case for staff. This permit process that one does for a billboard, and again, pardon my lack of intimate knowledge with the billboards. Back to Mayor's point, is this something that happens once and that's it? Or is it an annual situation? I think that's what we're trying to get to, right?
Right.
So
It's a permit where they submit plans if they're gonna do a conversion.
gotcha.
That's the only
That's it.
one.
So
Or if
it's-
they're gonna relocate it, then they submit their regular plans, structural plans, foundation plans and all that.
So it's a one-time permit.
It's in essence a building permit.
Got you. So it's more of a building permit, if not an annual permit as the
Correct.
rental registration or what have you.
Right.
Now, to Mayor's point, the understanding is, and Mayor, for 1 second, if
Go
I
ahead,
can,
go ahead. Yeah, sure.
no dollars aside. Forget the dollars, forget the revenue, forget the cost. To Mayor's point, this is a structure that lives within our city and could be a potential peril to residents and somebody driving by, whatever happens. The next thing is for us to legally find out, and this is, again, regardless of the dollars, what we can do to assure that they are safe. Let's start that, Mayor, if kind of similar to how we did with the whole thing, like with Republic and everything else.
Yeah.
Let's start with there on the safety side first, find out how that occurs. What is that process? How does that come about? And then we can bring back to council and say, here's what we have. And then if so, here's how we can address that. Because just because nobody else doesn't do it, doesn't mean that we can't be the first, because we do have that onus for regardless of dollars. We have the onus to provide a safe structure where we are. If it's on TxDOT, then we make sure that TxDOT does it, regardless of the dollars. Number one thing is the safety component.
Right.
And that's the number one thing. If there is a way for us to, if we need to take that burden from TxDOT within the city of Lamarck and city of Lamarck only to take that over for them, and we need to institute that, and we find out what the costs are to get a licensed certified inspector that can inspect billboards, right? To do that, and then we can find out the legality of being able to do that, if we're able to do that, and then we bring it back out to council and say, here's what we have. Licensed inspector costs this much per hour. We anticipate 90 minutes. Here's our cost. Here's the administrative fee tied to it, and here's the result. We are hereby recommending this if it's allowable.
Right.
That kind of, sorry. about that.
And the heartburn comes in with the 18 months that this council has been trying to get updates about where we are with this permit. That's where the heartburn comes in, because we should have been made aware of this. If this was an issue, it's an issue. We get it. We're trying to find solutions to issues. If other people are making sure these structures are safe, then we get it. No problem at all. I would have liked to have a faster response so that we would then not even have to have this discussion during budget workshop, because we would have moved on from it. That's all I'm saying.
I understand.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Jeff.
Question. Do we know, or do we keep any sort of registry of just like the rental? The purpose was in the event that there is a fire or there's some sort of occurrence at that rental property. Our challenge in the past was we didn't know sometimes who to contact. And following that kind of line of logic, if that billboard falls over in a major weather event, do we know the owners of the billboards?
No, but there's a state website you can go to and you
Oh, there
can
is a
find that
st-
information.
Okay,
The state regulates the billboards and they actually permit the billboards every year.
Oh, the state does permits.
And
Do-
all the billboard owners' information is on there.
So following then Gus's question, or Gus's comment on the law, the state is levying a permit fee for billboards, i.e. then we're permitted to levy a permit fee?
The state is not levying a tax.
No.
But yes, and this, yes, the city is permitted to levy a permit fee. That is correct.
And annual, the cities, the state one is annual?
I believe a portion of it is, yeah.
Okay, so there's a permit. And Gus, I heard you say something else. And I don't know the answer. Is there a sales tax that's levied on, if I'm trying to think of my old days when we were buying billboards and on our statements, if I was being charged a sales tax on I think we were.
Yep.
I think we were.
If you're talking about the rental on.
Yeah, if I'm the client.
Yes, if that is a taxable sale and it is occurring in the city of Lamarck, then there would be the 6%, the state portion, 6.25. And then there would also be the city portion that the comptroller, like with any sale, would be remitting back to the city.
So,
I would like
Is
to
that
get that.
advertising on it or?
Right, and
yeah.
I apologize, if I got out over my, but when you go to, or I go to Walmart or any store in the city of Lamarck and pay sale and buy something, I pay sales tax.
Right.
Period.
Right.
It is just one number. There's not a line item for the state and the city portion.
Yeah.
And the way it generally works, is the state collects all of that. Then the comptroller remits down to the city. I think it might happen monthly. I don't know how often it happens, but they remit the city portion back to the city. And that's how the city gets its sales tax.
Well,
There's not a separate line item for a
Yeah.
city sales.
Well,
tax.
here's the issue though, because this came up in the context of actually the Amazon and the Amazon type businesses.
Yeah.
What is the sales tax being collected by and sent to the city where that billboard company resides? Or are they sending it to the?
And that is something we can talk to the comptroller's office about, is we have X amount of
Commercial activity in the
X amount of commercial billboards in this city.
city.
Are those sales tax dollars being allocated to the city of, or are
That's
they
the
being
question.
allocated to wherever that business may have its home base, for lack of.
so you're talking about the revenue generated from advertising sales.
Correct.
So these digital billboards that flip every, I don't know, 15 seconds or whatever they are. So we should be receiving sales tax revenue from every one of those and from the, I guess, the old traditional style
Yeah,
billboards.
if it's a taxable sale, there should be sales tax being paid.
Is marketing and advertising a taxable?
I believe it is. I believe there are sales tax attached. to
We
it.
used to pay it. I mean,
But-
we used to, I'm trying to.
I haven't seen a billboard invoice in a while.
I recently got a list of all the entities that are providing that. I just need to go through it and see. But it's massive. There may be some, because remember, the sales tax situation, sorry, I kind of chimed in. The sales tax situation that we found for a long time, and it's a prevalent problem, I guess, throughout the state, is sometimes if an entity's registered address in a certain city, let's say I were a billboard owner and I had 10 billboards in different cities, but my business is registered in, I don't know, call it Alvin, right? If I'm in Alvin and my city, then that, if it's not properly annotated, all the sales tax could be going. I'm not saying that's what's going on now, but that could be what's going on. We
Yeah.
found a situation in that, I think Kathleen brought to my attention a while back. There was a business, I forget the name now, where she found it. She says, hey, I just found something. I noticed that there is a business that is in Lamarck, but it wasn't that. And we got that corrected. If I remember, I don't know, this was maybe about a year ago, give or take. But there's also the counter to that. There might be a business in Lamarck, registered in Lamarck, that may not be in Lamarck. So eventually we have to do a full audit of that. And that's obviously something that's
We
very.
require sales tax certificates and they have to show the city of Lamarck certificate holder.
So we don't know if they're paying,
To hopefully ensure we get the sales.
we don't know if they're paying sales tax.
So to your point, Mayor, what we're doing is we're commencing a sales tax audit on all the businesses that we have listed. So here's the businesses we know of, for example, using utility billing accounts. Here's all the ones that we know, and then here's what we have in taxes. However, maybe we never, and I don't know, again, now we need to
Yeah.
think about a billboard as an entity, right? Just because we don't see a storefront and a door and we go in to go buy some food doesn't mean it's not, you know, because it's not a warehouse, it's not something else, doesn't mean there may not be, a billboard is also considered that. So I don't know if that's happened. I'm not saying it hasn't, but that's something that we need to look into.
Right. And going back to, and I think Mayor Pro Tem for bringing this out. Turns out, potentially the state does.
Well, a permit fee and a tax are different, but yes.
Nobody on this council called it a tax. We never at one time called this a tax. And let's be clear.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's be clear. We are not calling this a tax. What we're saying is there is a potential in our billboard, apparently a sales tax potential as well.
Right.
But there are potentials for us to realize, again, city services. These folks that own these billboards, I don't know that they live in Lamarck or they have any vested interest in Lamarck, personal vested interest. Obviously, they have business interests. And so we want to make sure that they are doing their due diligence. If the state is then having an annual permit, I would suggest that we look into being consistent with what the state is, and also make sure that we understand if these structures have been inspected. That's an important, especially being the gateway to the Gulf, right?
Right.
And Mayor, actually, to that point, I know that we're reinstituting the annual CU inspections, and that's something that I believe, Kathleen, you're working with fire on. To that point, does finding out if do billboards qualify in that sense? Do they need to be annually inspected? Because then that goes back to the other portion of what we're
Right.
talking about.
We don't know enough.
We don't
right?
know, because
Right.
any business has to be inspected annually, right? So in doing so, then technically, if this is a business, which technically billboards essentially are, we may have never thought of them as such, but it essentially is. If that's the case, then is that following that parameter? That's something I'll work with staff to follow up on.
Very good. Last thing I had on that was we talked about, and again, for now, we're about maybe 8 to 10 months in, short-term rental. We needed an audit and we needed some parameters for how we want to address the short-term rental community in our city.
I'll go with two things. I know you guys are working on it. You want an update on where you
Mayor, I
are
want
with
you
it?
to know that we've been discussing these items. It's not that we've ignored what you wanted for the last 18 months. We've not. I looked at our ordinance, I updated our ordinance and stuff, but then there's other things that have come and happened. Other projects and donation boxes and all that too that came up for. We weren't
Sure.
ignoring you, I promise you
Sure.
that. But as in short-term rentals, I've also been in discussion with Gus on that. To make sure we're not,
Yeah, so I could speak initially. Yes, and there is a draft of an ordinance. The city of Hallmark levies a hotel occupancy tax. As it is currently drafted, it covers short-term rentals. Almost assuredly. The issue is not that it covers short-term, that whether it covers a short-term rental or not. As I understand it, in talking with Kathleen and hearing from council, is it's an enforcement issue. And given that, what we have been looking at doing is how have other jurisdictions approached it? So,
And that's where I want to call, that's where we were kind of tag teaming this together. They're working more on the ordinance. On the enforcement, I did reach out to the Parks Board, Act 1 this morning about that to find out how they're doing it in Galveston. They have a new software they're utilizing, and I'm reaching out to them to see if, even though at a much smaller capacity, because we were extremely, 1/100th of what their use may be in this facet, but we also know that's going to grow, right? As more homes are built and as expansion and tourism for the island grows. So that's how we're tackling it. We're going to do that from the enforcement side to find out how do we do this? And it's basically what it is. It's a software, very 2,000 foot level view with this. It's a software that pretty much looks, hey, these are all the Airbnbs or short-term rental that are around in your area. You go by that and you say, all right, these are the ones that we now have to make sure. Because Airbnb today, I could go away on vacation and all of a sudden my home is Airbnb tomorrow. And then I can come back and so that the enforcement is the biggest challenge. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong. That's the biggest challenge of this entire thing.
Yes, there's the enforcement mechanism, which as Caesar has said, is the software and all of that, and you can charge a permit fee. But then as it reaches enforcement, and the Mayor Pro Tem, I think is on this as well, is what I've often seen is that cities will do is work with as many rental platforms as you can, but the big ones, Airbnb and your VRBOs, and pass an ordinance that says you cannot have a short-term rental listed on your site. You cannot advertise on your site in our jurisdiction, the city of Lamar's jurisdiction, without listing the City of Lamar short-term rental permit number on it.
Exactly.
To ensure that,
That-
so it is a way of. It's a manner of enforcement, privatizing.
My-
And that is something that Airbnb and VRBO, I understand in other jurisdictions in this county have done. They're willing to do it. And so we just need to coordinate with them. We need to have the permit and then coordinate with them so that they can. And as part of getting back to Caesar's point and your point and the Mayor Pro Tem's point, as part of the permit application process, we can ensure that the city of Lamarck is listed as the taxing jurisdiction. So to ensure that we get the sales tax, the portion of the sale or of the hotel occupancy tax allocated to the city of Lamarck.
Very good.
So my question with that is, most of the sites like that, eBay, Macari, Airbnb, they're collecting the sales tax
Hotel.
and the hotel occupancy tax and all that stuff with it and sending it to would we still be getting a portion of that
Yes.
tax, even if it's not registered right now?
Well, legally, short-term homes that are provided for rent, short-term rent, are subject to the hotel, are subject to the city hotel occupancy tax.
Correct.
To be operating legally, they should be paying. If they are not, then they are not. But to attempt to bring more people into compliance, this is what we staff have seen and what we are working on.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Follow this. No, I'm gonna go back on our rental ordinance. You mentioned something that there's an expiration date of, I thought I heard you say the 31st, but I'm not sure. That's the end of the year,
December 31st.
December 31st. And at that time, people need to pay their fee again, correct?
Yes, that's the expiration.
And
There's a late fee, depending on how many days late they are.
what is that late fee? Do you know?
I have it in front of me right here, but I think it's based on 15 days and 30 days.
Yeah.
Oh, kind
Yeah,
of
I
like
don't know what it
It's a
is.
certain percentage.
Yeah.
oh, it's a percentage. Oh, so we do have a late fee.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Most of them pay, they register, or then there are some that haven't registered.
Mhm. And in that, is the ordinance as such that if they haven't registered, can they be ticketed?
The rental registration?
Yes.
It's a violation, not registering is a general, I believe, violation of the city code. I believe it's section 1.7. So
Okay.
the general penalty. Yeah.
They can be.
And not ticketed because they could be summoned to appear in justice.
That
Any,
would be one of those frequently asked questions. Right.
come
Worked
to,
with Mandy on a lot of that. She did the thing in the newsletter for code enforcement. But we're still wanting to streamline the process.
And I'll go.
You can approach and, again, name and address.
It's gonna take long, but it's something I think.
Again-
y'all need to be aware of.
Again, council, we agreed to allow for 1 to 2 of our citizens, if they so choose, to ask questions.
Thank you.
James, name and address.
James Osteen, 2012, Gerald Donna. What I got here, and I think it's Kathleen, I think you said as of January of this year to 7th month of July, y'all took in $3,128,163. Is that right?
Yeah, this year.
Yeah, right here.
Okay.
Okay. And then that's not adding the game room fees.
No.
Okay.
No.
Or the store permits.
No.
That's almost $1 million.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
This
that's
year.
this year, so we're looking at $4 million. Okay, if y'all go to page 8 of your new budget. And go where it says permit fees and license. For 2023, they're estimating $2 million is what they're gonna take in. Y'all see that? Well, they've already took in 4 million. So where'd that estimate come from? That's $2 million off.
Yeah.
And if the $2 million off, it would to the good, how in the world we have a $1 million deficit? That's the questions need to be asked.
Mr. Osteen, that's a great question. And all the department heads were asked to put their estimates into the budget. Because no one's going to know their estimates more than them. They were just supposed to work together with finance to do that. So these numbers are technically should have been derived from that. I don't have an answer yet. So I could, if you allow me to follow offline with staff, but basically the estimates are derived a combination of department heads putting their estimates into the system along with working with the finance director to get that done according to those lines. So also keep in mind that this is a snapshot that we took, what was presented from this process when we started it was a snapshot as of April 30th. We had to have a stopping point to go from there.
Okay, Cesar, but the proposal is just $2 million, but
I
my
don't,
question, Kathleen, if you knew this, why'd you put this in here?
I didn't propose how much revenue we were gonna bring in.
No, I'm talking about the estimate. You put that estimate in there, didn't you?
No, I estimated what we would need to. in the
spend.
Budget for
The expenditures.
What I would need, the expenditures. I didn't put any.
You didn't estimate the revenue side.
No, sir.
Yeah, that's a function of the finance department. Is that a function of the finance
I'm
department?
not sure.
Okay.
that's
Okay.
I'm not sure it does it.
that,
You gotta
that would be
remember
the combination.
These are what we have in SmartGov. This is the real-time numbers that we take. in.
Mhm.
And it may not have captured them all in here yet. Because when we do deposits, it's a day late and it has to get to finance and then, the bank records and all that. So
Okay,
not that finance is slow, it's just that there's, it takes a while. So that I took this directly out of SmartGov.
Mhm.
Every receipt that was taken in.
Well, what raises a red flag to me is you took in $4 million and you still got several more months left. And we're gonna have a $1.5 million deficit.
Yeah.
That money's got to be somewhere.
Somewhere in there.
It's got to be sitting somewhere in the bank. Or I mean,
But so what we have to do now is, again, we took in, according to going down the discussion that James has provided, we took in 4 million. But what was last year's budget for that line item? 2
okay,
million?
last year's budget for that line item was 1.471 million.
And so now we've taken in 4 million, and the city manager is going to, again, after lunch, explain to us how we still are in a $1.5 million deficit. Did we not update the revenue side as the expenditure side was moving past the $15 million budget? Were we also, again, going back to Joe's point, financial reporting on a monthly basis, were we also adjusting the revenue side? Because it looks like you got a $1.5 million deficit. If you haven't already adjusted your revenue, but that's something you'll have to answer.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
in closing, let me say this. You got to spend money to make money. If any department needs some help, it's going to be this one because they make money. They're the only department that's making us money. We, you really need to look at that.
Yeah.
I can see where they need one person just to cover the rentals. And if you get into billboards,
Yep.
That would be under the code.
And that's what we're trying to do.
So,
Yes, sir. We're trying to create that position
Yeah.
with, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
it just-
Special
but-
programs.
Exactly.
But look at this revenue that they're bringing in and why we got that $1.5 million deficit. That raises a red flag with me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, and actually, it's a great timing for that, Mr. Osteen. That's great timing on that. We actually have two positions that Kathleen is hiring for. We have a permit tech and a permit coordinator that should be live.
Those are positions. The extra permit tech is what
Right.
council approved last year.
Correct.
And the permit coordinator is one that was vacated that I'm posting now.
So,
Could use another permit tech,
But
but I'm gonna
anyway.
wait till next year.
Yeah.
Point on it to keep in your mind.
Can,
Thank you, Mr.
is it possible, Caesar, for the council to see a monthly report? I know we're asking a lot right now, but can we generate a monthly report for fiscal year 2022, 2023, so that we can see how kind of where this started to go off the rails a little bit?
Mayor, for clarification, you want a monthly fiscal review of revenues?
Of revenues and of expenditures. How did it, so in other words, what it looks like is, for example, the council has approved several positions in the budget that the city, for good reason, I'm sure, have not been able to fill. For example, Kathleen has one. So when that happens, those are revenues that continue to sit in the city's coffers, right?
Yes, sir.
So how then, if we're having all of these pile up of revenues because of unfilled positions, we haven't acquired certain equipment that the council's budgeted for, how is it then that we're still showing, I think that's going back to James's point, a deficit? So there's something that has not been reconciled yet
Okay.
somewhere.
And I noticed that our
Yeah.
that our accountant too, Ms. Quincy's in the back. I'll chat with her
Sure.
as soon as we go on recess.
Very good.
Thank you.
Any further questions or instructions for Caesar before we go to break?
If I can, is Chief available?
Go ahead, Joe.
You had a
I meant
question
Caesar, I'm
about,
sorry.
you had a question about.
Thank you,
fire.
thank
It
you,
was a
thank you.
very quick one.
Yes, sir.
Chief, if you can log in here and answer this question for us. There was a question about the fire, the fire fees that we are estimating. We had an estimate we brought to council for review of $100,000 to put that into this year's budget as projected revenue. And there's a question directly pertaining to that. If you could please chime in.
I'm here. Say that again, sir.
Fire fees, $100,000. That is projection that was put into the budget. What do we have to substantiate that or to follow that up with? Why are we going with 100,000 and how sure are we that we're going to meet that number?
Well, that number is not a hard number. That number is a guesstimation from the average that the big five insurance companies are paying out to fire departments. They are fire billing services that we're working on contracting with, took a city our size, but didn't have our call volume, and their best guesstimation was between 50 and 60. So with the increase of our call volume, we ballparked somewhere 100. It's really not an accurate number. It's because there's not enough historical data to come up with an actual number for fire billing.
We're just totally fine. We get it. It's the first year of a program. What I'm suggesting is that if it is the first year of a program and we don't know, maybe we should be a little more conservative in that line item. That's all I'm suggesting.
Mayor,
Sir, I'm sorry.
I would have been more happy with leaving that number 0. Under promise and over deliver.
Sure.
But I was asked for a number, and I talked with our rep from the billing company, and that was somewhere where we started. I'm not comfortable with that number, but that was the number that we were given.
Yeah.
Realistically, I would like that number to be much lower, because we honestly don't have any historical data for fire billing. And to be honest, when I was here, when we did fire billing back when I was on a truck, that number wasn't that high, wasn't anywhere close to that high. Of course, we also weren't running the amount of calls that we're running now. So
Sure. Chief, I don't think personally, and again, I'm 1 of 5. I don't think that number should be 0, because I think that we are certainly investing in this in this new company. And we believe that we're going to yield fruit.
I truly believe we are too. I don't have a concrete number. I'm not comfortable with the number we have. I'm
Right.
not comfortable with it because there's not enough historical data.
Right. We need to work with you and Caesar just to get a number that the council and the community would be more comfortable with, because it is an inaugural program. But I don't think it's zero.
I'm
Yeah.
still working with our rep. We're still pulling numbers from other areas to see how close that is, to see if we're close or if we're off base, or if that really is a realistic number.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I'll tell you that with David, that when we redid the schedule of fees, there were a lot of fees that weren't itemized in our old schedule. And we did get a list from the fire department where now we are capturing all these extra things that they're doing that were never captured and never collected for before.
Right.
So that
Good
should make
deal.
a difference. We'll be able to track that this year.
Good deal. Good deal. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna break for lunch. Let's look at the afternoon. I assume Mrs. Yancey will be with us. Certainly, she may have 2:00. She may have comments and questions about the presented budget. Mr. Carlson is here with us. He will certainly be able to respond. We still have 3 council members that have been here personally. We will definitely have an opportunity to respond as we look deeper into these numbers, Mr. Garcia. Outside of that, we want to focus this afternoon, Mr. Garcia, on sales tax. I know that there's a discussion about water rates. You wanted to bring forward where we are with that. Trash rates, garbage, sewer rates are always important, as well as the rest of the questions that we need answered. Me personally, in particular, surrounding this concern about having the appropriate amount of contacts and the appropriate amount of traffic enforcement in our community. I know that Chief Argon had a plan for that. We definitely have additional law enforcement officers available to us, and certainly that's an opportunity. Anything further? That's a full plate for your afternoon work, Mr. Garcia. Anything further? Council will break for lunch. I believe we can reconvene at 2 p.m. Good afternoon. We are in the afternoon session, August 1st, budget workshop. We are at about 2:20. We left off with revenue projections and the city manager receiving questions about his proposed budget. And so we will begin with the city manager answering those questions. And then we will follow with Mr. Carlson's observations and at some point, Ms. Yancey's observations. Mr. Garcia.
Yes, some of the questions we answered before the break, I think we left off talking about police. Kyle, could you share that graphic if you don't mind? This was something that was prepared by police. It is also available on our website as all the presentations that were shared thus far. I'd like to just call attention to this particular site. Can you blow it up there? Thank you, Kyle. So we're still getting data from beyond this time frame. This was obviously only scroll down a little bit. I think it's 1920. Oh, that's 1920, correct. So in 1920, fiscal year 1920, there were 1,652 traffic citations that were reported by our PD. Obviously, the following year, we know what happened. COVID took a very big toll and changed how we policed and so forth. That dropped to 799. The following year, it jumped back up slightly to 1,084. This year, as of June 30th, they've already made 1,313 citations. They're projected to end the year. A brief projection for the last three months of the fiscal year would put them at 1,641, which is almost the pace of where they were pre-COVID or the beginning of COVID. But what I've asked PD to provide is some more historical data dating back to 2014. So if that's available to you, to us at the time before this the session is over, I'll provide that. If not, I'll make sure that is available.
Very good.
We discussed earlier while Ms. Kathleen was here, the coin-operated machines and the fact that we're proposing a $250 increase for this upcoming fiscal year that we're working on ordinance for. That is for every single coin-operated machine, whether it's the 8-liner or not. We'll bring that forward and make sure that we have that available to you for review. We'll get you the accurate number of how many machines we have and what that estimate will look like. And that'll be effective the next time that those go out. We talked briefly about the court fines being down. We just need more time to get you more data on that, Mayor. I just need more time than just a break. On the reflection of the code officers, total available for that department, we have 1 supervisor and 4 officers. Are the total available amount of folks that we could hire. However, currently we've just hired in the last, I want to say, month and a half, 3 code officers. So we have 3 in training right now. Cecilia is currently in training. As soon as those are completed from training, we will look at hiring the 1 remaining code officer vacancy. We currently have 3 that are in training. 1 of them should be nearing the end of training, and then we'll focus on the next 2 and then move on. On the question about ARPA funds that was discussed, and why are we holding off on those numbers? The very first thing we need to do is present to you the CIP, so then we can then come back with all the different things that are eligible from the CIP to put towards to pay for it through those ARPA funds. That CIP, as I showed you a draft, I think it was last week. Once we're done with that, we'll present that. We'd like to do that before the end of the fiscal year, so we can start the new fiscal year fresh with an allocation of those funds. As we know, we have until 2024, end of 2024 calendar year to allocate those funds until the end of 2026 to expend those funds. So I wanted to share where we are with that, so we have a heads up as to where we are. I hope that suffices that question. If for any reason you need us to leapfrog that and move in a different direction, just let us know. As of right now, though, it's probably most prudent for us to finish the CIP, put everything in there, and then come back and show you how we're going to pay for it, with ARPA taking, a chunk of some of those things.
The only question, which is fine, if the council agrees to that and it's within the law, that's fine. The question was, are we then allowing ARPA funds to sit in an account, and is that why we are projecting such an increase in our revenue from interest bearing? That was the issue. We went from $150,000 to $450,000. And if it's because we have ARPA funds, we don't just want them to sit there, right?
Correct.
We want to continue to move toward expending those funds.
Yes, only a portion are sitting in an interest-bearing account, to my understanding. I'm looking for the page number. I'm sorry, we went over this yesterday. I want to say it's 208. Give me a second.
So, part B of that, if you can hear me while you're working, Caesar, is if that's not the main thrust of that projection, then we need to know what the main thrust of that projection is. Why have we jumped $300,000? Doesn't matter if it's ARPA or not. We need an explanation so we as a council can decide on whether or not that's risky.
Yes, sir.
That's all the question was. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You-
And
you
to
can proceed.
to partially answer that question, as of right now, according to Susie's report here, from January through June, interest earned so far on those funds from page 212 is probably incorporating where that significant jump is. In just those 6 months, those funds have earned average interest of $115,000. No further questions right now on ARPA. I'll still work on the rest of those responses and hopefully get to a wrapped up CIP here before we adopt this budget, or at least end the fiscal year. We talked about the fire fees. General consensus I got that maybe we're being too aggressive with our approach of 100,000, and if it's the council's will for us to reduce that slightly, I have no problem in doing so. We asked for a number. We received a number of best guesstimate or best estimations from both the company and comparing our call volume to a call volume of a comparable city that was bringing in the range of $60,000. Our call volume being almost double. That's where the number, as Chief Merriman explained earlier, where we got that calculation of 100,000. But if it's our will to be more conservative, again, we have no issue doing that.
Sure.
If we would want to just give a number of how conservative, we want to drop it to 50, drop it to 25, whatever we want to do, we'll do that accordingly, and we'll adjust the actual revenue accordingly.
Okay.
So whatever direction we want to go in that, that's not a problem. I have no problem going with half of that.
I would submit half and allow council to look at that, and council, if we so choose, could go below that. But certainly half is a good start.
We talked about investments. On the Amazon question and the question of other particular businesses, we would have to do an audit of every single business in the city and look at the calculations, which we already very prematurely started, but we need to go much deeper into that, delve deeper into that. So I may have to lean on EDC for some assistance there, just in that capacity to figure out exactly where we are between them and development services, maybe helping us with that. We talked about sales tax and being more bullish on sales tax. If we could just take a minute to talk about that. Historically, the city, and I'll sales tax projection here, and even dating further, if we go as far as page 8, if we notice, Mayor, as you mentioned, historically, we have not gone more than a higher estimate than roughly $200,000. As far as where the budget has been and where the actual has been. As you notice, this year we were conservative again. We feel that we're going to be a little bit lower, but we do feel comfortable and confident that we'll be a little bit higher. So if we want to keep in that same realm of increasing by the $200,000, we can, or we can take a more conservative approach.
Yeah.
Historically, we've done about a $200,000 increase. We have had some businesses complain about the fact that 45 is affecting them, but I think for us, it's been the opportune time, if you will, that Amazon's also kind of geared up and we're starting to see some of those results. So maybe that's why it's not as evident. I can't speak to that. I'd have to look at a lot of historical data to figure that out. But again, it's pretty much our will. Can we bet on ourselves? Yes, but that's just going by the estimates provided by our finance team. So
Yeah. Those estimates, it feels like what we've done is we've in some cases, we've just thought about numbers and we've added them in without doing the diligence of the work of actually studying and looking inside the numbers. And these are vital revenue streams for us. And to say that we are just increasing sales tax revenue $200,000 year over year when we know that there's an entire building called Amazon sitting on our freeway, is not, it just seems as though we didn't do the work. And that, again, that places more of the burden on the taxpayer and their contribution through property tax. And we are trying to get away from that. So we have to be thorough in some of these other projections. And I have to push back on the idea that we are only going to raise $200,000 in sales tax revenue more over than last year, when there is, as far as this council knows, there's nothing that indicates that we have a significant shortage in sales tax revenue as it relates to our main sales tax drivers, the Walmarts of the world. Nobody said it. You can go to Walmart right now, and I guarantee you have to park out by the old Regions Bank because of the amount of cars in the parking lot. As well as, again, our country moving past the idea that we potentially might be in a recession. Consumer spending confidence maybe, I don't know for sure, but there are indicators that it may be on the rise. It's just we've not done our due diligence, and that is hampering the potential of this budget. So I have to push back against that, Mr. Garcia. I don't think that we have projected. In particular, when we look at the permit fees and the projection of, well, I think it was 1.3 million or something to that effect. And in Mr. Osteen's question, he brought out that we actually raised about 4 million. So that revenue projection was grossly subpar. So I just want us to work on that. Maybe there's an opportunity there that we're missing. Were you done answering the questions?
On that particular one, yes,
Okay.
sir. And I'm taking notes of the looking to increase sales tax and also looking at an increase, a more educated increase projected for permits.
Okay, thank you.
We did talk about the billboard registration. Direction was clearly given earlier. The rental revenues, there's definitely some work to be done there, working with code on that. On the financial reporting, I did get a chance to meet during the break with Ms. Quincy. She and I are going to compile a plan here to try to see how we can get that done slightly more consistently. I will reach out to EDC. I did not get the chance to do so during the break for the list of employers in the city. I guess historically we've had in the budget book.
Yeah.
I will follow up on the contracting out for the easements. And unless I miss something, obviously the water loss report will provide that to you. Hopefully you'll have that in time for the next council meeting.
The biggest issue, Caesar, for us today, and the biggest question that was communicated to you is the idea that your proposed budget, the estimation of the 2022-2023 budget appears as though there is a $1.5 million shortfall. And so that's the main question that I believe the council and the community would like for you to answer. Is that accurate? And if not, where are the revenue adjustments, real time, tangible, physical evidence of revenue adjustments that would indicate that somehow we're not $1.5 million in this budget in the red?
Mayor, what I would ask is I would need more time to go through and take a look at all those. I mean, 1.5 is a rather large amount. After talking to Quincy, I think she and I are both very confident that that number is not accurate. Even while I was during the break, I had a chance to talk to Mr. Osteen. We pointed out something that was very clear that was over. It looks like we maybe have overestimated some of the expenses, if you will. I don't know what may have caused that, but I got to get down to the root of it. That doesn't make sense, and it's a $1.5 million difference that we need to address.
Mayor, this is Susie.
Go ahead, Susie. Welcome.
Thank you. I can explain a little bit about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Regarding the estimates for the current year, fiscal year 2022-23, that is not accurate. And the reason being is because in our budgeting system, the personnel related numbers are automatically calculated by the system based on full house in every department, full year. Just like when we budget for next year, each time when we budget, yes, we budget all authorized positions funded as if they were here full year. Okay. Well, when this information is sitting in the database, it also automatically calculates this under current salaries for current year's estimates, which we know for a fact that's not true. Especially police, fire, public works, there are vacancy laps in these departments. I can assure you every year, we do not have all positions not vacant full year. Okay, so that's not a realistic number. Now, I did do some projections and manually put in the system, but when the system reloads overnight, it wiped out all my estimates and put its own estimate in there. I had to rekey that in for at least 5 times. In, out, in, out, in, out. So don't know how to say it, but that's has something to do with the new system. It just overrides over the true projections that we have, that we input manually. That's something in the system. So the current year estimate being short by $1 million or whatever that number is, it is the estimates column is really not accurate if it is about personnel related.
So the question then, Susie, is in that estimate column, you're saying that the estimate column is generating these full year salaries, even if in actuality, those persons aren't employed by the city of Lamarque. If that's true,
that is true.
You're suggesting to us that this software system is generating every line item in this estimate.
Only personnel related. Supplies and all the rest, we can go ahead and put them in. It's just personnel related, payroll.
Yes, ma'am. So let me ask you this, Susie, as we try to understand it, why would it only populate in personnel? Why would it not also make those same populations in other line items in the system?
Because personnel is probably one of the most complicated calculations of all, because it relies on different variables. For example, it has the benefits feature that's attached to the salaries. When you pay somebody salaries, it's not only just their salaries. There is also FICA, Social Security, Medicare. There is also pension. There is also workers' comp. All these other benefits are attached to the gross salaries. So it is a very complicated set of calculations by itself. So therefore, the system builds a database for just that. So you do not have to calculate all of these. You know, each number it's sort of that group that's personnel related. They're kind of interrelated with one another. If you don't have that growth, you cannot calculate the benefits. The benefits are relying on whatever the growth is. Just an example. Okay. So because it's very complicated in nature, if you want to look for supplies, you want to calculate supplies, you don't have to rely on other variables. Just look at the inflation rate and the historical trend, boom. So it is much simpler. And because personnel is more complicated, that's why the system was trying to fine tune and for budgeting purposes. But it's not the same when it comes to estimates, because you already have actual real numbers that already occurred, where if you're budgeted for future years has not occurred yet. So you can actually, based on an ideal world, Okay, so in this system, I disagree with them that they actually automatically calculate the estimates, but that's something that we can work with them afterward. But for this year's book purposes, we simply did not have time for them to shut that off. It just, everything just kind of automatically done it. I mean, even if I overrode it with my own manual projections, then when the system go through its scheduled task overnight, it wipes all of my numbers. So
Susie,
yes, didn't do any good.
yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, will you finish?
Yes, I was.
Okay, I wanted to, so you said there was no time to shut, and I'm gonna ask you a bunch of questions, so yes or no is fine. You were saying that there was no time to shut off the portion of the system that automatically populates salaries and employee positions.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm
Okay.
saying there was no time to, there was no time to work with the system, the software company, to allow this to the estimates feature to be shut off on personnel related.
No
They have
time.
to work, the programmers have to do some work. There was no time for me to work with the company.
So there was no time to work with the company. How long have we had?
I'm not even sure if they can shut it off. That's what I mean by work with them and see if they can do
Okay, I
that.
got you. To even start the discussion to see. So let me ask
Exactly.
let me ask you this. How long have we had this system?
Since May. Since May. This is what? This is August. A few months ago.
And this is
Go ahead.
this is the same system I believe Mr. Garcia was suggesting to us that 45 days out from this process, there was an issue with the previous software.
It was actually more than that. I wasn't sure when it was. That's why I said I was home is the day.
How long was it?
3 months. I'll go by what Susie says. I thought it was more like 45 days, but time flies around.
Susie,
Yes, sir.
clearly there was not a time for a mock budget process where you all would be able to use this system to build a budget outside of council and outside of the community, where you would be able to detect these problems. Y'all didn't have a time to do that.
That's correct. We didn't.
Was there ever effort in place? Did we ever find that when we started this programming, that those numbers were being populated? How did that happen? How did we find out that those numbers were automatically populating in our system?
From like how we discover now. I mean, with the okay, first of all, when I discovered, I put in some numbers, right? The projections, all of a sudden it became blank. That was the first sign. I know I put them in. Why are they blank? Okay, so call support. Support said, well, that's because you didn't do it through the personnel. You didn't go through there was a module in there, personnel only. Okay, so had to go through that. And then once we go through that, then it automatically populates all of that. And then I discovered, oh no, the estimates, that's too high on the expenditure side. No way. So that was the second sign.
Were we trained on this software?
My training was held for all department heads. And I believe Susie led that training, if I remember correctly, with the
Yes,
assistant.
that was in May, but it was it was a fast one. Because we had to start the budget process.
So what this does, in my mind, Caesar is just going to cause us to have to slow down as a council and verify as many of these numbers as we can. At this point, we can look back to see how we could have done things better. I would say that we should not have. If this was a problem with our system, we should not have allowed these things to be a part of our budget process. We knew that some of these projections were computer generated. That's what we're attesting to now. And so this is a difficult pill to swallow. But we do need an answer for the $1.5 million. I hope that it is not as significant as what you all are saying this computer generation says it is, but again, we need to have counsel. I suggest that we work really hard moving forward to refine our budget process. There's always room to grow, and there's always lessons learned. So we don't want to continue to cry over the spilled milk as much as we want to make sure.
Now, we do have the projections. I mean, your preliminaries had the projections that I made, the ones from last week. If you look back in those estimates, those, I mean, my projections were still in the system. It was before the wipeout. It's just this book, by the time we get to here, it wiped all of mine out, and the system calculated personnel estimates overrode mine.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So what we can do is go back to those Excel spreadsheet and not going through the system, because it's going to wipe all the numbers out again. Going and put back my numbers into the Excel spreadsheet for the budget book, and then use Excel to just calculate it and not bypassing the system. Because if you go through that system, here we go again, it's just going to wipe all my numbers out, and it's not going to do any good. You're just going to do it 10 times, 20 times, re-input, wasting time. Okay.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
we can go ahead and go through the Excel and just re-entering my old numbers in there, and then let Excel recalculate all of that. So that should not be a major problem without going through that system, and just use Excel, and then allow us time to work with the software company to shut the estimates off, but utilize their module, their calculation for the budget year, not current year.
Yes, ma'am.
If you're okay with that.
I as one member of this council would like for us to provide this community with real factual numbers based on accurate processes and not a computer system, on where we are with this budget 2022, 2023, as well as assurances that we have modified this process to accommodate any variables, any computer systems, so that we can get concrete numbers moving forward. That's what I believe, Ms. Koo.
And that's fine, because the proposed budget, it's a working draft
Absolutely.
on the budget, because it has not gone through council's consensus yet regarding that. Is just a working draft. Now, the adopted budget is the official document, true, but this one is still a working draft. So now, per charter, the city manager already proposed to you and the community a document, but it can change. We can still revise it to a point where it becomes agreeable to everyone, easy to understand. So we can fix it, okay, as long as we do it before the adoption.
Yes, ma'am.
No big deal. I mean, we've got the numbers. We just couldn't route it through the system. I mean, we can do it through Excel. You route it through the system, here we go again. That's my point.
Yes,
No
ma'am.
big deal. We got it all. I mean, we've done all the work. It's just a matter of putting it into a format where it's easy to understand and readable and more accurate for you and the community.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate that. Cesar, I appreciate that. I'm going to step back. Michael, I know you've been waiting. You've had a chance to digest some of the information. We're going to let you in and then follow back with Mr. Ross and Mr. Compion.
Thank you, Mayor. Um, digesting some of this. I agree that the numbers for the fire were that 100,000 is overinflated. And the fire chief stated himself that he had to put a number in there. Hopefully this number isn't what was used to essentially hire those 2 additional firefighters. Because I find issue with that because it's not a correct number. And if that was the case, then somebody needs to be held accountable for that. Also, some of the numbers, seeing as I'm familiar with fire, that's what I'm looking at, and some of the numbers aren't matching up. I see the addition of the 3 captains, which, like I mentioned, it's what council agreed to. Once they got their certs, to put that back in the budget. So I'm happy about that. But some of the numbers just don't match. For instance, the fuel costs are too high. I'm glad that they've come down a little bit. Let me scroll down. What's a part-time firefighter?
I didn't hear, what was that?
The question, Mr. Carlson, the question is, what is a part-time firefighter?
Correct. Line number 1013, part-time firefighters. I didn't know we had part-time firefighters.
No, Councilman Carlson, that's one of those lines that we could not zero out. It looks like in the past, in the history of the budget, that line item may have existed. That's why going all the way across, it shows as zeros. It's just something that we were not able to delete from the system, but it's all shown as zeros.
Well,
Okay.
what happened was back once upon a time, former Chief Grimm, way back, did have an idea to allow some part-time firefighters, but it never got carried through. I mean, it was just an idea.
Appreciate it. Oh, I remember that time frame.
Good, yes, you were a part of the team. That's correct.
Okay.
That's how that
just
came
didn't-
about.
Okay, I just didn't know if we could delete that item, but I guess not. So thank you. But like I said, just some of the numbers like that 100,000, that just kind of, we already addressed that. So other than that, I think a majority of our focus, my theory is we need to focus on public works. And then afford those three captain slots like we promised. That's all I have so far. That's just day 1 of digestion.
Yes, sir. We surely do understand that. Ms. Yancey, welcome. Certainly address as well as first thoughts on budget presentation.
First of all, I'm calling from 450 Summer Street, Boston, Massachusetts, 02210. I'm still going through the budget, Mayor, the final budget proposal, and I'm sure I'll have questions after I peruse everything that we received for the final budget today.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Yancey. Mr. Ross.
So I got questions on our utility billing and revenues. I understand we move people throughout the whole utility billing portion to spread salaries out that way. But it makes more sense to me to have people like the public works supervisor actually get his salary in the public works section, not in the utility line maintenance portion. because he's a part, he is the department head, he's overall in charge. I. But every section of the utility fund has salaries for people that will go with the county. The sanitation manager is not a part of utility accounting, so could he move over to waste management, wastewater management? You have maintenance technicians, meter readers, customer service and billing specialists, and the utility accounting, those make sense. They're part of accounting, but the UB sanitation manager, should he actually be somewhere else?
That's actually the supervisor that controls the accounting side of things. That's Ms. Venetia, who you met with the other day. So that is not the hands-on person that works with the utility side. That's more the person that oversees that actual division. But I am glad that you brought that up. I actually, throughout this process, noticed something, and it was a little bit more glaring to me that we need to do a little bit more searching on. And it has to do with utilities. And I'd like to talk about it, Mayor, when we get to the part about sanitation. So if I can have a moment when we get to sanitation, to discuss that. Okay.
You done, Jay?
I'm done.
Okay. Yo.
Susie, I'm just trying to focus in on not the details right now, but the like I said, the tax calculation worksheet. Now I'm looking at fund balances, and because I'm always wanting to know our days of operating expenditures. And so that gives us our required fund balance of 90 days. At least that's our goal. When I first joined council, I think we had about 100 and almost 180, almost 6 months. If I'm not correct, right? About 20.
That is correct.
About 2020. So
That's true.
and in that regard, so if I'm looking at page 7, the FY22 beginning balance, and the one thing that I'm just asking for an explanation is EDC's balance, fund balance in 22 for fiscal year 22 was almost $11 million.
Yes, but that also includes capital. Remember, EDC it's not a governmental fund, it's a component unit, and it's practicing enterprise accrual accounting. So from the annual financial report, their balance sheet has the characteristic of an enterprise. It's different from general fund, governmental. So
Yeah.
it has capital feature inside.
Right. So no, I guess I understand. It says if and when we formally establish a utility enterprise fund, the same concept there.
Right.
We're using just in general the term utility fund, but we've not passed anything to formalize that. Oh, so, but I'm more interested in the number.
Mhm.
The EDC, at least now, if I'm reading this correctly, your unaudited ending balance for the EDC is $12,188,000.
Mhm.
Accurate?
Unaudited, yeah.
Unaudited.
Remember yesterday, the auditor already told us that hopefully they'll have the numbers by next council meeting to us. So I am still waiting for the numbers to confirm, but this is all that I have.
And so what I'm understanding, and once again, correct me if I'm wrong in saying this, is that that significant amount of dollars for purposes of our fund balance is included as part of the city's fund balance. Is that accurate?
I think you lost me there. Can you repeat that again?
When we are looking at our operating expenditures or basically our fund balance,
You're talking about general fund?
general fund, correct?
Okay.
Do we include in our fund balance that amount from the EDC's
No,
operating fund?
no, EDC is completely separate.
Okay,
Cannot be commingling with the general fund at all.
so then on what page 7, why is it in here?
Why is it in it? Because EDC is a component unit of the city.
I guess that's why.
Economic Development Corporation.
Right.
It is a component unit, but it is a subsidiary of so-called, because without the city, their only source of income, which is sales tax, will not exist. They are separated because of the voters voted for them to be separated, but not completely. That's why they stay as a component unit of the city.
Does the EDC produce its own unaudited statement? I mean, its own audit?
They have their own separate audit. They have their own financial statement by choice. It was EDC's wish to have that separated,
Okay,
but theirs is already included in ours because of their component unit in nature. But they chose to have their own separate financial report, which is okay. And they chose to pay for the audit separately, which is fine too. It was by choice by the board.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you and I follow up on that, because I'm still struggling to understand why they're 10 million and now it's estimated at 11 million it's being shown as our fund balance. And then once again, this is on that page 7, right? And then
But again, it includes capital, and by nature, they carry the characteristic of private sector, a corporation, economic development corporation, even though they are a component unit of the city. Okay, but they have that characteristics. Therefore, their financial statements also carries the features like private sector, like an enterprise. It's a corporation, even though it is a component unit of the city. Okay, so their financial statements, their balance sheet has the capital feature in it, where general fund, which has the characteristic of a governmental, not corporation, governmental, does not capture the capital feature inside the fund balance.
Susie, let me break it down in my little simple mind and see if this will help me understand. If I have a total amount in my accounts, say I have $100,000 in my accounts.
What account? Like savings account?
No, this is a hypothetical.
Right.
Hypothetical. So I have, and that would be equivalent to saying that's my fund balance. That's my general fund balance. And I have 100,000. This is me individually, or me, my corporation has 100,000. And I have to maintain, because of an order that I've agreed to in some fashion, I always have to show that I have 3 months of funds available to pay my expenses. So, and my expenses
happen to be, well, let's make it simple. It would be 120,000 would be then 1,000 a month. So that's 12 times, that's 120,000. So I have 120,000 in my fund balance, and I have to maintain, and my expenses every month are $500. So I have to show at the end of the year that I have $1,500 in a balance at the end of the year. Okay?
Okay.
You're with me there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now I happen to have a subsidiary as well. And I'm including in that 120,000 the balance, or basically the income, the balance that subsidiary has. And that happens to be of that $1,000, it happens to be $200 a month. So the two, so that's a little over what, that's $2,400 right there over the year. Now, I guess that's my question. What, laying that foundation, is it appropriate, to the best of your knowledge, right? The best of your knowledge, is it appropriate for me to count the fund balance from my subsidiary in making sure that I'm meeting my 3 months of reserve that I need to cover expenditures?
And I see that Gus just logged in, and Gus, you help me, okay? Here's the deal. By law, we cannot include EDC money with the general fund, even though in your mind you're thinking it is a subsidiary. Like I said, it's not really similar to a subsidiary and a parent company like in the private sector. It is a corporation by voter. Voters voted for this to have an economic development corporation in the city. It was by choice of the voters, our voters, okay? And by that, what that means is there was an ordinance in place. There's a statute controlling that EDC must be separate, accounted for the resources from the general fund.
Okay.
That's why I kept saying it's a component unit. I didn't say really it's a subsidiary. It's a component unit of the city, but it must be kept separately from the general fund, regardless.
All right. I think, yeah. I
If
think-
I may, Susie and Mayor Pro Tem, maybe a different way of approaching that is that the city of Lamarck's general fund is essentially unrestricted. The funds in its general fund may be spent for any municipal purpose. The EDC money is a restricted fund.
Right.
Those funds may only be spent for specific things. And that, without getting way into the weeds of fund balances and all of that, but that is one of the reasons you won't necessarily include the EDC, where you don't include any restricted funds in your general fund balance, because you can't necessarily use those for all the general fund things.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does. I can understand that. Maybe it's the heading that I'm seeing on this page 7, which says 3-year fund balances. I should then really just ignore the totals at the bottom, which I think is confusing me. Because I'm looking at this as fund balance, an amount, total fund balance amount. And the actuality is we work it this way. We look at our revenues total for the year. We look at our anticipated actual expenditures for the year. That's our over under. And then we go back and plug in our beginning fund balance
at the end of the previous fiscal year, the carryover. And then that gives us the total, if we're over, we add that to our fund balance. And then we subtract from that our 90 days of operating that we're required to have. And that'll give us our excess reserve amount. And I guess that's what I'm really saying. That's what I want to see.
And the reason why I have it on that sheet is because per charter, I'm required to give the fund balances of all funds.
Yeah.
EDC happens to be one of the funds under the umbrella of the entity called City of Lamarque. And as long as this is one of the funds, I need to disclose that. That's the reason.
Listening to you, Susie, thanks, and Gus, it's a matter of the verbiage, the heading, and balance, fund balance versus a general fund balance for City of Lamarque. And therefore, I guess I come back to that. Having said that, it is the first time that I'm noticing this substantial amount that the EDC has as a balance, and that's significant. I'm also interested in seeing that, let me see again here. Oh, there was another page here.
And quite frankly, the reason 3 years is because it's the award, GFOA award standard. And in the past years, we've always applied for the award. We always got the award, but if we don't have any intention to apply for the award, then it doesn't have to be 3 years. It can be 1 year, or it can be no year, as long as all the funds are disclosed. That's all the charter needs.
Right. Susie, this is just a clarification, if you could. I'm page 9. We're looking at franchise fees, and we've got Texas, New Mexico, 32, line 3200, and then we have Center Point 3201, which for purposes of the budget for 22-23 fiscal year, the budget amount was 200,000. And the actual so far has been 26,000. The actual in 21 was 90. The actual in 22 was 86. And I'm just wondering why this significant difference of 200,000. And then we're still estimating by the end of the year, we'll end up with about 96 from the Center Point.
And I actually, you know what, I noticed that too. And I can't recall what exactly the reason, unless there was some event going on that we were anticipating this. But I couldn't recall exactly what happened. It must have been triggered by some kind of event that we were anticipating, but don't know. Or it could have been an error. It could have been a typo. Whatever the case was. So I can't really explain that, but the truth is the projection is it's getting us to a more realistic number. And that's the estimated column that, you know, we're being realistic regardless of budget. Budget is only a plan, a guideline, a projection. It's never supposed to be to the penny. But this one, it was kind of a you know, overstating it. I don't know exactly what happened. But as long as the realistic number is back, you know, on the page under the estimated column, then, you know, that's something that I can manage and put it back, the reality back into the picture.
Okay.
That's the best I can explain, but I don't know exactly what happened.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. Thanks. Next page, page 10. We had a presentation early on from Linebarger on their collections of our delinquent property taxes, as well as, and this was new to me, they're apparently also contracted to collect our
Court fines?
Court fines.
Okay.
Is that line 3420. Is that supposed to represent? What is line 3420? That COLAGY fees?
That's the collection agency.
That's the
talked about.
collection.
That's what.
Those are the collection agency fees
Yes,
that you showed me on that side.
yes, sir.
So on the revenue side, where do we show the income from the collection of the fees? Which line is that?
3421.
3421. No, this is fees.
This is the revenues. So I
Fine.
don't know how,
This is revenue. See, that's what I'm saying. This
that's
is
the revenues.
So-
That's the
revenue. That's not.
Right, so those are the collection fee revenues.
Mhm.
Right, remember, they are essentially charging us for the fee to collect the revenue. These are the revenues that are collected. So when the person receives a bill, as was in that packet, it'll have a line item that essentially says there's an additional fee for that company, in this case Lineberger, to collect the fees on the city's behalf. That line item is shown separately because then, as you go into the section of the actual courts, which is actually one of the ones that we're missing from the budget book. When you go to that specific line item, you'll be able to see on the backside that the collection agency then comes back out, meaning that money comes in and it goes back out to cover that.
Well, again, you've shown me that, but here's where this is fees, where this is a follow-up item. We're not going to resolve it here. I keep looking at the presentation, the report that Linebarger gave, and the numbers that are reflected in Linebarger's report are not consistent with these lines here on the income side, on the revenue side. That's my question. All right. So,
Look into that further.
and that, I think we need Rosemary, how that number comes about. I don't know.
We need to find out what time frame. These numbers obviously capture a time frame. Our numbers as well as Linebarger's numbers capture a time period. So we need to be sure that those time periods are accurate, that they're lining up appropriately before we can actually entertain whether or not those numbers are inconsistent. They may be consistent, but the time frame may be inconsistent. So I believe that's why Mayor Pro Tem is saying this won't be answered today, but it definitely needs to be answered.
Thanks. I think those are the.
Let's let
to
James
help.
come in I know you're representing EDC also as a board member. Go ahead, James.
EDC, Susie, that $12 million in the fund balance, how much of that is committed?
I have to get back to you on that one. I don't know that from the top of my head.
But there's a substantial amount that's already committed, I believe. Is that right?
When you said committed, you mean reserve for certain
Well,
things or?
years ago, probably with the last budget meeting, really, when Ron Crowder was in here, and I was asking him how much money the EDC had,
Uh-huh.
and he gave us a quote, but he said most of it was committed.
Mm.
And I think this, when we done our budget here, I think Alex told me we had something like 600,000 that we actually had. But I know we got some CDs and money markets, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the council the amount of the CDs and the money markets so they have an idea what kind of money the EDs does have? That
The cash and equivalent, I believe it's about 8 million.
I can't hear you.
I believe it's about 8 million.
8 million in CDs and money markets.
Yes.
Okay. Which what that does, that one way the ED they can't hardly make it on sales tax back in the day, but what they do is they use them to draw interest to help generate income. I really don't know about this 12 million. I know some of it's committed, but that's something I want to find out because we didn't talk about it during our budget meetings. And then, you know, the EDC buys property and then
That's correct.
sells it to make a profit on it, and that money is what they put back into.
And the fair market value of these properties that we're holding as inventory, that's what I mean by capital.
Mhm.
We have to capture the fair market value on the book, these land inventory that they're holding. So that's not cash, available cash to be used because that's land, but there is a value on the land and they hold it for inventory and sell it, you know, at an appreciated value. So the appreciation portion goes into revitalization. So yes, there are other things that's included in their capital.
So the $12 million isn't liquefied. It isn't
Right.
$12 million in an account somewhere. That makes up property and other assets is what you're
That's
saying.
correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
So it ain't like we got $12 million you could pull out of.
Right.
I don't know if that helps. I hope it does.
It does. It does. It does. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you, Mr. Osteen.
Agree with that answer, by the way.
Go ahead, Joe.
This fund balances are not real property in my experience. So that's an item. to
So
be-
that then, yeah, exactly.
Right.
That then suggests that Gus, we need some clarity. Gus, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
So historically, the city of Lamarck has placed within its fund balances real property and the fair market value of those properties. But the presentation is a fund balance presentation. And Mayor Pro Tem is questioning whether or not it is appropriate to have fair market value of real properties that are owned by the city through the EDC as part of the fund balance. Do you have any opinions on that at this time?
Let me talk to Susie because and see exactly what is being looked at, just to ascertain if we're looking at something that is truly a fund balance, or are we looking at something that's reflecting more as an assets and liabilities? Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Because while it's not money, it's still an asset. So just. Okay.
Absolutely.
Exactly. And normally that is separated. That's not, when I worked for HUD, we had that separated. So when I look at fund balance, I'm thinking that's money,
Right.
not money and capital and interest from CDs. Normally that's separated, but if they're doing it all together, then we need to know if that's the case or not.
But
Because
EDC is also a separate fund too, you know, so that's.
Right,
that's the
right.
thing.
And I guess we just need to know how it's operating so that we can properly articulate it to our constituents, because people have been asking about affordable housing program. And when they hear that there's $12 million, I mean, the city only has 17, right? That we're dealing with. And so it makes it look as if we're not utilizing the EDC in the way that we should. So that's why I said we need some clarity on that to say what it is and what it isn't.
Now, again, we are waiting for audited numbers. We are so close, it's within reach. So do not treat these numbers like gospel. I'm waiting for the audit numbers, okay? I can only give you what I have, but these numbers are not audited numbers, okay? I just need to want to remind you, not over relying on these yet. You know, once I get those numbers, then that's fine. They're audited.
Yes, ma'am. And we totally understand that, Ms. Susie. We definitely understand that what you're saying. Also, resource, Gus, Susie, and Caesar, is the audit report from the most recent audit that EDC allowed their auditing firm, the one that they chose, to complete. And if there are any areas of adjustment, it seems as though they would be found in that audit report as well. Maybe we might be able to have Mayor Pro Tem's question answered from the findings of that audit report.
Absolutely.
So, Mr. Garcia, could you, again, this is a question brought by Mayor Pro Tem. Can we get some clarity? And also Councilwoman Yancey, can we get some clarity on what should and should not be in fund balance? Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Those are the ones, at least
Those are
on
the-
this initial review. There'll be much more, but
Sure.
it was the ones that we're stating now.
Ladies and gentlemen, James, did you want to add something?
Nope.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are at 3:30. We have before us, as we look at revenues today, water rates and trash rates left for the city manager to bring us up to date. Do we want to proceed into water rates and trash rates, or do we want to take a 5-minute restroom break? Go
And
ahead, Caesar.
one last thing, I have an update on the sales tax, the
Okay.
question I was asked. So we can do that, whatever, we can incorporate that as.
Do we need a bathroom break, council?
Are we gonna get the courts budget? Cause I heard someone say that it wasn't in the book.
The court's budget?
The
Yeah,
court
it's-
summary was missing from the book. We got to get it back. I got to work with Susie during the break to try to get it back.
Okay,
Those pages were in there. They were in the draft, and for some reason, when they printed, the police came out duplicated.
okay.
Definitely the council can expect before business day today to have that report in our possession.
We'll get those missing pages.
Let's take a 5 to 10 minute restroom break for council and staff, and let's reconvene at 3:40. We are back from restroom break at 3:42, August the 1st, the afternoon session of the Lamarque City Council Budget Workshop. We are discussing revenue projections this afternoon. Mr. Garcia.
Yes, one of the pending items that we have left to discuss, sales tax that was asked before. When I asked Kyle to show this, this document. This is the very brief sales tax projection. This is what's shared monthly with the EDC, also with council. This is just showing a brief projection of where the years have been and where the growth has been. So this may be familiar to some folks that are up here. And it basically shows where the numbers are, which are the higher months and so forth. To keep remembering that these are always done in arrears. So if February looks higher, well, that's probably a 60-day correlation to where we were or where we could have been, right? Because of the holidays. So just keep that in mind. If Kyle, if you can just scroll down to the next page. This is a numerical depiction of what that graph showed. So essentially it shows that back in 1920, roughly, and remember, going back to sales tax, if we can put a pin on this, of the 2 cents that the city receives, actually 0.5 cent goes to EDC, and the other 1.5 goes to the city, with half of that being a way to ease the burden on the residents for taxes. So that really the net proceed to the city is that the 1 cent. But nonetheless, this is total sales tax collection that's shown. Thank you, Ms. Garrett. This is total sales tax collection that is shown. If you notice from 1920 to 2021, there was roughly a $332,000 increase. And then there was a much bigger increase in 21-22. That's also the results of everything that happened during COVID, stimulus and so on and so forth. If you notice now this year, we are on pace currently right now. We did not start the year the best. If you notice in October of 2022, 2023, we were a little bit under the comparison we were with the years before. So therefore, we started off the year at a negative 8% in comparison to what we were the previous year. But we're steadily climbing to bring that back. If you notice, April was a much better month this year in comparison to what it has been previously. As you go down the list right now, that 3.93 represents that as of the end of what it says on there in July, which is actually June's numbers. Remember, we're 1 month behind in the actual sales tax reporting. We were at a 3.93% increase of where essentially we are net thus far for the year projections if we were to hit the numbers that we have. So basically, if we hit the same 676, 210 for August and the same 568, 161 for September, we'll be at roughly a 3.93% increase. That's what we go by. That would explain why the sales tax projection is what it is. So what I've essentially done in this case, and again, Susie, I'm assuming, I'm trying to get in her head as to what she did here, that she took that 5.873, took that number, divided it by 4 because there's 4 halves in 2, right? We take that number, divide it by 4, then multiply the result by 3 is what comes up with that calculation as to where we think we will end up as to the sales tax that's projected. I think we can be a little bit more aggressive, but we are at the mercy of what happens with the economy in a given year. That's probably the reason why we've been a conservative, but I do agree that we can probably be a little bit more aggressive and again, bet on ourselves with some of the things that are going on. So that being said, we will bring that back to, but I wanted to break down a show of where we are, but I will bring that back and be a little bit more aggressive on that end.
Yeah, because this number also, Caesar, while it seems like it's moving in a 4% direction, this number also is this city, this community surviving inflation, the highest inflation in 40 years, right? So we held firm. See, this is what I'm talking about, digging in the numbers and doing the work and the diligence to make accurate projections, which you're on it now. You're on it. I'm not saying you're not, but this is vital to the people of Lamarque. The work on I-45 has begun, and our numbers still. So we have to play it out. We have to $200,000, $250,000. That's a lot of money to the people of Lamarque, and it can make the difference between us being as effective as the community wants us to be with this budget.
Sure.
So I appreciate you going back to rework those numbers to get us as an aggressive projection as we possibly can. Proceed.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We'll definitely do that and bring that back to council. I also want to take point and acknowledge the handout that was given. We will get this posted here online here shortly. The section in the book starting on page 59 had PD duplicated. So these inserts will now replace the part that's duplicated to properly reflect the line item details. That's something that we may have just lost at the time of taking care of this. So the page numbers are going to be slightly off because we need to renumber the entire package. Obviously, we have to merge this and put it back out. But in the meantime, this is where we would start. What would have been page 59 will be this new sheet stack that is here with these 4 pages front and back for courts. So if you want to just put a slash through 59 currently in your book, in the meantime, until we get you a revised version of what happens. And then we can go from there. Hopefully that answers the question. Mr. Osteen, thanks for pointing that out. We had it fixed in the final draft, but when printing, we messed that up, so. I'd like to take a moment, Mayor, if it's okay, to welcome Ms. Venetia to talk about from the utility billing side. She is a utility billing manager, supervisor, and I want to take a moment and talk about something that she and I were both discussing and talked in greater detail over the last couple of days, delving deeper into this, something that we need to look at because I think it's something that, quite frankly, we all missed when we were talking about the actual utility rates and the sanitation costs. We focused so much on residential, on the on all water, sewer, and sanitation on residential, and then on water and sewer commercial, that we failed to look at something when it comes to sanitation, commercial sanitation at that. So I'm going to grab the page number. Ms. Venetia, if you're interested, the book there next to you may also help us reference. You just give me a moment to pull this up. Apologize. Just had it. Page 190. This is something we need to look at very quickly for the utility side, that we need to make a pretty swift decision here on. I want to call particular attention on page 190 to 2 separate line items. On the revenue side, I want you, if you can, highlight or pen, whatever you may have for note taking. If we can look and highlight across line 3523 on the revenue side. And then I want, if it's possible there, to look at that specifically. Then I want us to pay particular attention to 603114 on the expense side right below, and 6028. If we want to just highlight those all the way across. Very rough estimate, and looking at it, we're doing much better on the residential side. However, on the commercial side, we look to be at a deficit. Essentially, it is costing us more right now, present day, according to these numbers that we need to verify. It's costing us more to provide commercial sanitation than what we're bringing in with the revenue. And that could be a combination of 2 things: not collecting enough revenue or expenses being too high. That's something that I've challenged Ms. Venetia for us to look into and to talk to the company about, to make sure that we're accurately billing our residents. We do have a utility billing personnel who is in charge of all of our commercial. That's something we're going to have to look into, and we will look into that and then bring that back to you. But glaringly right now, just offsite looking at that, we are running at somewhat of a deficit. It does decrease over the years, but it's something that we noticed was brought to our attention. Venetia and I have been talking about to get it rectified. We're going to have to bring that back to you, but I did want to bring that to your attention in case, because it's all the way in the back of the sanitation fund, we may have not noticed.
So what are you asking, Susan?
I'm just bringing that to your attention. I'm making note of that because it's something we need to look at.
Why did you
Why?
then? I'm sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah, I'm sorry.
No, you want me to ask, why did you then point out 3523 to us on the revenue side?
Because I wanted to make note of the difference between the fact that it's costing us more right now than it is than we're bringing in revenue.
So you're saying that one revenue, the commercial, so you're saying 6028 and 6031 are commercial only
Correct.
expenditures?
Correct.
Okay.
That's what we're confirming with all the numbers, make sure we didn't put one in the wrong category, whatever the
Mhm.
case is.
Okay.
Because if what's shown on here is accurate, which we find hard to believe that we'd be running at $150,000 to $200,000 deficit for commercial sanitation. If it is indeed accurate, then we are gonna have to make some changes.
So what then, 6028, commercial hand pickup cans, those are,
So those may be businesses that instead of getting a dumpster, they'll have a lot of the actual rolling.
They have the carts.
They have carts.
Yeah.
So they might have 2-3 carts, whatever the case is.
why wouldn't they go out to the curb like all the other carts?
They actually
No, they
do.
do.
They do. The only thing is if this information is accurate, Mayor, and if we feel that it probably isn't, Venetia's been working on this all day, then it's costing us more money to provide commercial sanitation. These are the tough decisions. That's why a lot of cities, and this is not a new thing. I've reached out to a couple of colleagues from other cities, and a lot of them are moving away from providing commercial sanitation. It has become increasingly expensive. It should not cost you money to provide commercial sanitation. So we need to either fix it or possibly move to cut it out if it is indeed costing us money.
Yeah, no, I don't know about the cutting out of it. But then there's an issue,
Right.
because then the quality of service and the level of service, and I don't know if that's the answer. Joe, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I don't like that idea too. It becomes Wild West.
Yeah,
You've got all these different vendors coming in. And so that's not consistent with planned growth, number one. But number two, Cesar, I'm just going to only say this. I don't even trust these numbers right now with this new budget, with everything that we've heard at this point.
Right.
I just think everything is suspect. So I appreciate you saying this, but it goes back under the discussion of utilities. When we got to it is, and I'm wrong, the bill that we get at the end of the month is water, sewer, and sanitation. And we have a contract that we're reminded of that with waste management, right? There's an increase she mentioned, or it's what, 3.5%?
3.5%.
That we've contracted with. So I think that's supposed to be covering the cost. So I guess my question is, why is it costing us? Why is there a loss that we have to take?
That is something that we need to work out with our utility billing. I've just challenged Venetia with this within the last 24 hours. So we will get that answer and get back to you. We're bringing you the problem and telling you we're working on a solution. I have to find out how we got here.
Well, you see, I think personally, we're digressing. Mr. Ross was so involved in the process and others in this room. We were trying to come up with a simplified billing methodology for our utilities. And we called it simplified billing, or one single bill, so that there was enough flexibility in the fee structure so that we could make adjustments as necessary. And we seem to be on that right trend with regard to what we've done. So if it's a matter of providing you guidance to say, hey, look, we're doing all right on the water billing side, make your adjustments accordingly to cover the other, then fine. But without coming back, that is, Mr. Ross, don't you? It's kind of the discussions we were having, so.
Yes. So is it just the commercial waste pickup that's the problem?
Yes, sir.
So no water, no sewer?
No,
sir. Just
And it's not even regular sanitation. It's only
Just-
commercial.
so how Are we billing them accordingly?
That's what we've challenged Venetia into.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do an audit, meaning get a list of all commercial properties, how many times a week their dumpster, or even if they have a dumpster, if we're charging them for the right size dumpster. It's just a
Are they,
audit that I'll have to do.
or are they doing something like it's been happening and you walk out to an apartment complex and instead of putting the stuff in the dumpster, they have bed springs and couches out by the dumpster, expecting somebody to pick them up.
Oh, yeah, that's all.
That's probably, and talking to Waste Management, they don't do the bulk pickup at apartment complexes. So that's on the apartment complex to bring somebody out to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Mayor, Council, I just want to tell you, we found this at time of printing. It is something we need to address, and we're gonna work on that, and get that back to you.
And if I could interject, follow up on what James is mentioning. What, and this I learned from my engagement with Waste Management earlier with Keep Marque Beautiful and we have individuals in our community, residents.
Mhm.
And some of them are landlords. It speaks to the rental ordinance too, Mayor. And I just saw it, witnessed it off of Duro. Somebody is cleaning out, maybe the tenant moved or somebody's moving. And there's a pile of garbage as if they had been hit by a hurricane that's sitting out in the front yard. And Waste Management is going to come by and only pick up their little 5 cubic yards of trash that's there. And what they're probably going to do is the rest, they're going to send the city a bill. So that I asked you to get feedback from Waste Management.
Right.
If anything at all, I think maybe there's something that's there. But folks, if you've got big things, call Waste Management. We're not your private landlord. We're not your private pickup commercial, whatever. I just ticks me off when I see something like that.
So that I believe could probably just from District D alone and the little apartments around there on all the alphabet streets and all that. So that's what I would look into. And if they have an issue, maybe if we can find out what streets are the worst, let us know if they're in District D, because we're doing the cleanup on Saturday. We'll hit those streets. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Got the litter bus coming out, so.
Duly noted. We will work on that and get back to you and have some information for you on that. As far as what those trouble streets are and so forth. And I'll ask Venetia to help me with that to get to that information before Sunday, before Saturday.
And the following Saturday, if we got, it might just be get a list of apartments and go through and find out where their dumpsters are at.
Mhm.
I mean, I have no issue stalking around apartment complexes in the streets looking for stuff, so just tell me where their general vicinity is and I'll do a drive-by and look and see what's going on. Because if that's the problem, we got the litter bus twice a month, we can pick up trash. I'll go with them.
Okay.
Certainly. If nothing else, all I gotta do is close it with some water rates discussion for us to have. Kyle, I'm gonna email you something. I just moved there. All right, we sat up here, we deliberated on water. We still owe you the actual water loss report. For review, Ms. Venetia, last year when we did the water rates discussion, we based it on a projected 7,100 accounts that we had active at the time.
Right.
Could you please let us know how many accounts we have active at your last review?
Believe we have about 7,600 active accounts.
Okay, so roughly an increase of 500 accounts. Okay.
Residential.
That's a combination. We didn't break, that's a combination of both.
Right.
We have to go a little deeper, but just for synopsis of where we are with water in general, as far as our utility fund. So pretty significant increase of 500 more. In addition to that, we were purchasing in the vicinity of 100 million gallons a month, averaging closer to 90 to 100. We're pleased to announce, and we'll have the exact figures. Rick is not available right now, but we're closer to about the 60,000 that we're purchasing per month. Even some months we've got a little bit lower. Credit to our staff who've been more diligent in finding some of these leaks. Testament to the residents who keep reporting leaks so we can get to them. I know it seems for anybody out there listening that we don't appreciate. We do. We want to solve the problem, but we need y'all's help too sometimes in identifying. We're busy fixing leaks that we can't find too many of them. And you'll fix one and down the line you'll have another. I'm going to ask Kyle to share this document real quick to give you a brief synopsis of where we are with the water. And Kyle, if I can borrow the mouse. Ms. Venetia has worked with our consultants at Waterworth to prepare this. So bear with us if you don't mind. This one, okay. Our revenue required for our utility fund. If you remember this, Kyle, can you take the Zoom in a different spot or minimize it? Thank you. So, all right. If you remember where we were, thankfully, right now we're on pace to be our audited purchase for 2022 is looking like it's going to be much lower than when we budgeted. A lot of that has to do with the fact that we are now spending less water because we're having less of it literally go down the drain through actual leaks. So that's the first objective that we have. And we'll get you the exact figures to follow up on this. We just quickly threw this together and try to give you a chance to see where we are. We also talked about the current debt situation. Water debt is dropping off and sewer continues, but through the next fiscal year, we're poised for our debt to drop significantly. Actually, it looks like it's going to be cut by more than half. We combine the operating expenses. This is what we're looking like for the year. And obviously this all correlates to what your numbers are. This is more of a graphic representation of what your budget book on the utility side in total says. Let's talk about the revenues. The 50% increase started March of 2023. So that's where that's shown. If you notice where we were last year to where we are now, that's the significance of that growth. That's how much that has been able to do. We're not going to see the full significance of that until we have a full fiscal year under our belt. That's why it has a steep jump, and then it levels itself out slightly depending on usage. And that's just taking a moderate, Venetia, I believe you put a 2.5 to 3.5% growth in the city as far as it counts. It is what that's what you guys put in. Okay.
Right.
So this incorporates what all of it looks like together. Is your water and your sewer. This is not including sanitation. This is just water and sewer. Okay.
Professor, do us a favor, me a favor or another. You know what these graphs, it's difficult to see even sitting out there. Please explain the colors, what they stand for.
Yes,
and
absolutely. I
don't
apologize.
assume that we.
I do apologize. So everything in the darker shade at the bottom represents our sewer rates. All right, this is where the revenue stays. If you don't mind, I'm gonna get up because I'm trying to see the process. These numbers are represented by sewer rates. That's the darker shade that's down below. Here. The lighter shade is showing what your water rates are. While then the very smaller, thinner purple line is incorporating what your other operating revenues may be. That may be interest that's collected from any funds that are in the account and so forth. That is a brief synopsis of where we are. If you notice, the majority comes from water and sewer, obviously. Okay, obviously not a whole lot coming in from any other operating revenue.
And to be clear, water and sewer fees are related under our building system.
Yes.
More water you use, the higher your sewer rate will be.
Absolutely. It is calculated based on consumption. Ms. Venetia, please
Yeah.
chime in at any moment. Our cash position. This is what the most exciting part is. If you notice before the graph that we showed you previously, where our cash position was before the increase was, by the end of next fiscal year, we would have dipped not only below our 90-day threshold, but we would have dipped into the negative, right? If it not have been because of that. So the line of where the cash position is now is a testament, right, to two things. One, the 50% increase, right? And two, the increased revenue from the additional 500 accounts.
Once again, this time, I don't know what the lines stand for.
Sure.
You, please,
Sure.
what are the lines
Okay, hold on.
say?
The red dotted line. The red dotted line. The red dotted, I'm also trying not to block you. The red dotted line represents our 90-day threshold, which by all formal accounting principles is where you want to be at a minimum for your cash value. Okay, this is what you want to have for your working capital.
Only for the utility fund.
This is only utility. This is only, actually not even, so this is only water and sewer. Right? This is only heating. Only taking that into appropriation. This is the current cash value projected out, should we continue with the current rates where they are. Okay. Opening cash balance is here. This is a snapshot where we were in 22. As you notice, the downward trend was going downwards and it would be much more steeper fall had we not raised the rates the way that we did. Okay. Going downward trend. Here, even in 24, it's still going downwards, but we will take a much slighter increase once we have the opportunity to collect the fees for the entire year, which this year we didn't. They didn't take into effect until last cycle of February.
End of February, right?
Okay. That will probably be upward trend. This is assuming that you keep your increase at 3.5%. This is also putting you in position, and again, very premature. This is putting us in position to later, much later down the line, when we're much more comfortable, to be able to take on some of the utility rate debt to fix some of these water lines that we keep talking about. We're putting ourselves in better position to do that down the line. Would I recommend doing that now? Absolutely not. It's too soon. Right? It's too soon. But we talked about all these capital repairs that we would like to make, especially on the utility side. This could down the line be a source. This is a testament of two things. Way more anticipated, right? Growth that's happened over the past year in the amount of accounts that we have. We projected 150 accounts because we knew construction that was going to be somewhat delayed.
Right.
Tripled it. And that goes back to the over projections that we had from development services earlier. We projected a certain amount, but that much more has come in than we projected because folks are expediting what things are going on as far as getting their permits done. People are able to move in faster into some of these homes and or businesses. Thus, it technically correlates to here. We're seeing the results way faster than we expected. Okay. This is, again, a graphic representation of what it is. Does not have all the numbers visually for you to see, but it shows you where we're headed. If we continue the 3.5 and not go with the 50% increase. That is why at this time, we feel much more comfortable recommending, we said we would look at it again during this time of year. If it is your will to take us in this direction, only go by the 3.5 increase at this time that we said we would do at a minimum. Here's what we would present.
I have two questions. Well, in your graph there, I do not understand why the red line, which is the reserve amount, you've got increase, the blue line, I mean, the darker line represented increase income, correct?
Yes.
Increased revenue.
Yes, sir.
I don't understand why the reserve amount is remaining stagnant. Increased revenue probably means increased expenditures. So
That
there should be some reflection there.
I'm very glad that you said that. We have not taken into account all the things that we're trying to bring back to you that would make that go up. If you remember the correlation we did on the regular account, on general fund accounts, we did notice that over the years, that 90-day fund, as Susie was saying, kept going up because the budget keeps rising. This is keeping our expenses where they are. We talked about earlier how the utility fund is at a deficit. We don't have a stormwater team. We've had to makeshift create one out of our current staff. Do we want to introduce that and say that a portion of that's going to go towards stormwater so we can have a stormwater team, and then that red line will ultimately shift up?
Okay, my last comment. I don't understand why you're bringing this to us with this budget. We don't even have a history of a year yet. And now you're bringing up this, maybe council, we should, you might consider not doing the increases. That's not how we agreed to approach this. We said we're going to have a year of history. Look at this at that time. But you're now, I don't know where we're
Well,
before.
and again, and maybe I'm very explicitly, we were told we want to discuss this back during the budget process before we got into the new fiscal year.
And basically what he's saying, Joe, is that he's proposing to keep it the same. You don't have to change it because based on the growth of our city, we can keep it at 3.5, which is what you suggested, when we were talking about water. He's basically saying not to change it, keep it the same, because we've already exceeded the number of accounts that thought we would have already. But I hear you when you said a year study, but this is based on the projections. We may not even need to look at going up to 50%. We can stay at 3.5. Is that correct, Cesar? Is that what you're saying?
Councilman Yancey, that is exactly correct.
Okay.
But once again, and I understand, we're not looking at a realistic expense category, expenses over here, expenditures. We need a year history. We're going to do it properly, as we discussed. And then what are increased expenses as well. And that includes all the water line breaks. Water line breaks are with a history like, I don't want to say this, but like,
Yeah, I see your point.
you understand?
Right.
So this fat is hard to get rid of, right? And it's going to be.
Right, but we won't. So what Joe is basically saying, based on the history of our water leaks, and again, that's something we don't know until we've done a study of that. But I think what I get you saying is that this is the estimate that you're proposing for the water. Water is a huge issue for my constituents. It's too high. They don't like the rate, yada, yada, yada. So I agree we need to stay the same. When I ask my constituents, what do you want me to talk about for the budget? That's one of the first top 3 things that they discussed was the water rate.
The 3.5% increase that you're proposing is in fact an increase
It would be technically an increase
based on council's
direction. The original direction you gave us was we would look at it back prior to the end of the fiscal year, because it took us 5 months, almost 6 months to make the decision into the fiscal year, which is why our projections had to be conservative, and some of the stuff that we promised that we weren't going to touch stormwater until we decided what was going on. So we knew that we weren't able to cover that. However, the backside is the direction that was given was bring this back during budget season and let's look at the difference between the two. We're happy to report that we're doing stronger and the projections are stronger. Now, if you would like for us to look into increasing the red line, because there is a very slight increase, obviously, that's shown, you can barely see it. But if you would like for us to look at that in a different manner, that's fine. However, I do indeed recommend that we do look differently into that. And then if we're going to stick with the 3.5 that we agreed already for sewer and the actual sanitation, if that's what we're going to do, then to stay across the board and just commit to that, and that's it, versus having to do something different, which at this time we're able to report that thankfully we're doing that. We're doing much better in on this side.
So I'm gonna go back to a flat water rate and sewer rate one more time, and I'm gonna give you factual data from my water bill, because I had a $1,000 water bill and a leaky toilet water bill of 3,000 gallons. So $1,000 water bill, combined water and sewer, $35.57 for 1,000 gallons. A 3,000 gallon water bill, combined sewer and water, 51.72, $17.24 a gallon. Why, once again, if you say you're trying to actually make people shut the tap off, are you charging them less per gallon or per 1,000 gallons than you are the person that actually is using 8,000 gallons of water? That's my point there.
We can study that, put more pen to paper to that, to have that discussion, Councilman, and you have offered to assist. But I did want to just make a point of something that you said. If you don't mind me asking, I'm getting kind of personal. How many toilets do you have in your home?
Two.
Two toilets.
Two bathtubs.
And how many were incurring a leak at the time?
Right now, I have no idea. It was because I went and asked why my water bill this month was at 3,000 gallons instead of 1,000 gallons, that I found out that between 2 and 9 p.m., the water was running somewhere in the house.
So I'm really glad you brought that up. That is a prevalent problem that we as a city are taking the challenge to educate our residents more. We have a lot of folks that report this type of incident. We are providing the actual test, the leak test to do on your toilets. We provide those for you guys. If anybody needs more, please let us know. We'll come by, we'll give them to you. That is a prevalent problem. All right. We don't want to charge more. The less we charge, the better. Right. So if we could educate people in that case, whether it was 1 or 2 leaky toilets that were causing that, I want everybody to see the significance of 2,000 gallons from just 1 or 2 toilets. So for those listening at home, that's a caveat kind of sidebar conversation, but nonetheless of importance with dealing with what we're dealing with. Mayor Pro Tem, I do heed what you're saying. I can easily come back with that. As you know, we were conservative on the sanitary side, on the side of water rates. And also water and sewer on a utility side with our utility accounts. I have no problem bringing that back. Those are 2 glaring issues that we would like to bring back to you from the utility account. But I would like to take a moment, please. Gus, I know that you're on. If you could please talk about the utility fund becoming an enterprise fund and articulate that for us, please.
Well, before you get Gus, one other area. Once again, I urge us, we take a year, we get we do what should be properly done, as we discussed. And number 2, at that point, we make a determination and we work to establish a proper utility fund, enterprise fund, as I said, as other strong communities do, especially up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And for some reason in this area, there seems to be just a history, as Lamarque did, that last year, Mayor, where we made the transfers in the utility, right? We made proportionate expenditures associated with time and talent in our departments. That we established that formalized utility enterprise fund, that it's its standalone operation with staff, with individuals out there cleaning those ditches, things that are associated with it. And then at the end of this year period as well, I'm not saying that I'm going to be wanting to go ahead and increase the other. We have the opportunity to say, we don't need a full 50% increase. But for planning purposes, to keep this community strong and growing, remember there's always a water line break. There's always a challenge. Let's look at increasing it maybe just by 20%, a nickel, whatever that comes down to. But once again, to the extent that we can create this single unified fee, right, that we originally had discussed, that simplified billing, that I think is important. But that's how I look at it.
Certainly. Mayor Pro Tem, before Gus speaks, I just want to remind everybody, council's already approved. First of all, this was a directive that came back for us to review this back at budget time to be effective October 1. It was brought back and thus we have completed that task to bring it back for discussion. 1, 2, you've already approved a sanitation and a sewer increase of 3.5%. It's already been passed. You discussed that at a minimum, you would do 3.5% now October 1. If it's the council's will to change, by all means, we'll do whatever. I just wanted to make sure that we met that task. Gus, could you talk to us about an enterprise fund, please?
Absolutely. So, and this is echoing what, the Mayor Pro Tem just said. The term enterprise fund is, and like I said earlier today, and I'll say again, keep in mind, this is the lawyer speaking on financial issues, but all that to be said, the term enterprise fund is really a term of art. It's another way of saying that this fund, for lack of a better term, is going to eat what it kills. It will only spend the money it brings in. And the follow-up on that is that it is well established. It is very common for municipalities, governmental entities, to, when they set up these municipal, for lack of a better term, municipally owned utilities, like the water department is in Lamar, for those funds to compensate the general fund for the time and talent that and money that the general fund spends on that utility fund's behalf. Not to belabor the point, but Mr. Garcia alone spent, and he is not the only employee, spends a large amount of his time dealing with utility issues. Mr. Garcia is compensated out of the general fund. What the city did last year, what numerous other cities in this county do, is through their budget process, compensate the general fund, make it whole for the money the general fund expended on its behalf.
Yeah, and by way of, Gus, is it accurate to say that's a formal process that by ordinance, when you say, we talk about establishing an enterprise utility fund, that's a formal process, correct?
Yes, and yes, it is. And when that choosing to operate it as an enterprise fund, you all, the council, adopts your budget by ordinance. So budgeting as an enterprise fund and then adopting the budget by ordinance, because it's the budget that sets the appropriate, not only the revenues, but the appropriations. You are in essence doing that by ordinance. You are correct, Mayor Pro Tem.
And one other item, and this I don't know the answer, but when we have if and when we formalize an enterprise utility fund, if it's the agreement of the 5 people here, and like the water treatment, the sewer treatment facility, all of these fall under that particular entities, correct?
Essentially, yes, the city operates a sanitary sewer and drinking water utility. So yes, the fact that your wastewater treatment plant is a part of your water treatment, that is correct.
And I saw briefly in one of the books here, there was a reference to solar panels. And I didn't quite understand that it was listed as under some fee, but to the extent that we may have other energy generating sources, though, that would be associated with this utility fund, the enterprise fund.
That's hard to say. The city operates a utility for water and wastewater. I'm not aware that the city operates a utility for power generation. If what you're asking me is if the city puts solar panels on all its buildings and enters into a net metering contract and the city is selling back electricity, is that money unrestricted? I don't, I'll be honest with you, I don't have an answer for you today.
Yes, sir. That's all I had. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Susan.
Thank you, Gus. And again, along those lines, as far as discussion, if and when we cross that bridge, Gus, I'll talk to you offline about that. As far as how we're able to bring this about, but when that occurs, then we can move into the next phase of, talking about stormwater again, and then bringing that back to task. I just would like the direction, from council. If you want us to bring the 3.5 back for October's part of this process, as you originally asked, to keep it at 3.5, do we wait? What do we do? Or do we adjust our models accordingly so we can plan properly?
You need that now?
Whenever, with enough time to get it done throughout the budget process, so we cannot the lapse of the 5 or 6 months that we have.
Yeah, so I would say, again, make sure the numbers are right.
Mhm.
And from that point, I would say we need to see if we are in a deficit or not. If that number that you presented to us is real,
Mhm.
before we can even begin a conversation on
Gotcha.
whether or not we want to continue with the council approved 3.5% increase. So we have to actually see if we are actually in the red or not.
Gotcha.
That would be my first sense.
That concludes the questions that I have answers for as of this time, Mayor, Council. If anything further, just let us know accordingly.
Council, we've been at this for 5 days now, and with no end in sight. With no end in sight. And so I would suggest we're gonna get final thoughts, final requests from council. But before we do that, Kara, do we have any, my days are running together, I'm sorry. Do we have any more budget workshops scheduled?
We'll look at that schedule.
There's a schedule somewhere that I'm not,
I'm looking it up, man.
I don't
Page
have.
Page four.
Page four,
in-
page
in
4.
Your budget book. And that gives you the dates that we have. Mainly for the ordinances, those required budget and tax ordinances that you guys have to do. It has been requested that a proposed tax rate be set on August 14th in order to keep us on track. So we don't run into the final days in terms of passing our budget. We would like to allow for a little bit of time between that charter date and when we get this done. But there are also some proposed council workshop days that were proposed by finance and the city manager's office in here as well. Of August 14th. It looks like August 14th would be that proposed.
we're
final
gonna
day.
need about 2 more days. We're
Okay.
gonna need a day filled with answers to all of these questions and a day to verify numbers. That's one day. And then the council's gonna need a day to start making adjustments to the proposed budget as far as what's out, what's in, and more direction for the city manager. So those are at least 2 days.
Do we have any objections with doing those 2 days next week?
Who will be in town next week? Which council members will be in town?
Are you back? Is she back?
Kim, Kim, if you're speaking, you're mute. I think you're muted.
Yeah, I'll be in town next week.
You'll be in town next week? Joe, will you be in town next week?
No, unfortunately, I've got that redistricting trial that begins. So
Every day?
I'm committed the whole week long. But as long as you've got 3 here,
James, so in saying that, are you saying you won't be able to be physically present?
well, I don't think a federal judge is gonna appreciate me pulling out.
No, what I'm saying is, would you be able to access remote?
That's what I'm saying.
You don't
No,
know?
no.
You just don't know?
I just
Okay.
know. The answer is
Okay.
no.
The answer is no. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. James?
I will be here.
Well, we have 3, and so that means we have a quorum. Council, perhaps we ought to meet next Tuesday. Let's see.
15.
Tuesday's the eighth.
Eighth.
And we can meet next Tuesday. And we can meet next Thursday if you like, council. Does anyone have any objections to that?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem, would you work with Caesar? And certainly, anything that's pressing, important, would you email the council so that your thoughts will be on record so that we can represent you and your district?
Yeah, definitely.
Very good.
I also wanted to check with the council to ensure that 10 a.m. is still the same start time you're comfortable with.
Is 10 a.m. Well, we have one that may have a conflict now that we're down to 3. Ms. Yancey, will you be able to make it next week at 10 a.m. or are you still conflicted out?
I can make it next week.
All right, we have 2 dates, 10 a.m. next Tuesday and 10 a.m. next Thursday.
Hey, Mayor.
Yes, sir, Mr. Carlson.
For the record, on Thursday, I'll be gone for a couple hours in the afternoon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is, let's remind the those that we represent, we are now on our 5th budget workshop. Every year, since I've been a part of this council, those budget workshops, the days have increased. We went from, I believe, 2 or 3 when I was like 30 years old to now we're doing 5. And now apparently we're doing 7 this year. But it's important that we answer the citizens, the community members' questions, and we get an accurate budget. So I don't mind, and certainly the council doesn't mind. Anything further before we dismiss for the evening? Hearing nothing, thank you, Mr. Garcia. Again, good days and bad days. Part of this is a learning process. This is a new council. Certainly you have new staff, new software. And so Rome wasn't built in a day. The most important thing, I believe, to our constituents is accuracy, especially in those numbers that you are presenting to us as a community. So let's continue to work. If there's nothing further, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. And dismiss.
Aye.